I'm Nichole.
And I'm Giu.
And welcome to Nichole and Giu Live, our podcast where we talk about things we love, things we hate, and things we love to hate. Today we're going to talk about Twilight, a cultural phenomenon on an absolutely epic scale.
This book is way more ridiculous than I even remember, and we have so many thoughts. Let's get into it.
Chapter 1.
First Sight. And it opens with a Bible quote. Genesis 2:17, which I don't remember what that is.
Yeah, I don't remember what that is also off the top of my head. I do like the convention of using like a quote to open. I find it really, really amusing that Stephanie decided to use a Bible quote to open this book.
Guess we shouldn't be surprised because it's her, but still.
It's her, and she is famously very, very Mormon. There's a lot of just like pretty obvious nods to her religion, I would say.
Yeah, oh, for sure. All right, I found the quote. It's, "But of the tree of knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, for in the day that you eat of it you shall surely die." So I guess that's supposed to be like a metaphor for Bella.
Vampires. Bella deciding vampires are the thing.
Then we have the preface. The book just opens with the only dramatic scene from the entire book at the end.
Yeah.
They put it at the beginning. They were like, just put it at the beginning too. It's the only drama we have.
Yeah, pretty much. And also, like, I think it's very interesting how this book really, like, this whole book is kind of set up like a movie, like, to start with. Like, this is very movie-like. They'll, like, flash forward to, like, the end. Like, that's not usually, like, a very literary tactic to use.
That's interesting. You know what else does that now is, like, movie trailers. They'll put, like, a trailer for the trailer, and then they'll play the trailer. That's the book.
Yeah, pretty much.
First thing in the entire book is a clothing description.
Oh, yeah. I would like to submit that Bella dresses like a 70-year-old woman.
Well, like, can't have her dressing too risque. That's not very Mormon of her.
It's not very Mormon of her. It's not very not like other girls of her. Like, Bella is like the most not like other girls.
She doesn't need to dress sexy. Guys just like her anyway. She doesn't need to do those things that the other girls are doing.
I guess not. Well, not yet.
Not yet.
No, she hasn't gotten there yet.
Just instantly after that, her streak of self-deprecation begins immediately. We're setting the tone for the whole book because she's moving to Forks because it's good for her mom. Like, her mom didn't want her to, but Bella takes care of her mom, and Bella knows that this is what's best
for her mom. Yeah, because her mother would never make her move, but like Bella's self-flagellation is intense, and see her doing this a lot, honestly. Like, I kind of think that maybe we should start a count.
We should. Number 1, Bella's first instance of self-deprecation begins. Then she just basically gets on a plane, gets there. She's weirded out riding in the car with her dad, which will begin a streak also of, I guess it's good that she's establishing these, like, consistent character traits or whatever. But I know you were saying it comes off weird that she's like so against her dad.
She's she's just very strange about her dad. I understand that, like, you know, she and her father don't live together, and so it is reasonable that she wouldn't be like maybe wild, but I don't know. It's just, it comes off weird. And the fact that she like refers to him as Charlie in her head, and like, poor Charlie really tries his best.
He does. We need a Charlie being a good dad count too. Charlie's like one of the best characters, I think.
He is like one of the only truly redeemable characters in this book. I agree.
And I think it would be maybe less weird. I say as a person with daddy issues, by the way, it is a little weird that she's like choosing to live with him, but is very standoffish towards him.
Yeah, the whole thing, you know, honestly, she's 17. What I could see happening, like when I was 17, I moved into like a mother-in-law suite next to my parents. Like, I wasn't actually living in the house. So I get like not wanting to be very close to your parents at that age. She just seems really weirded out that Charlie loves her
Yeah, and she even mentions that she's not allowed to call him Charlie, so that's why she just does it in her head.
It's just odd. Bella has no human attachments. That's part of the thing. I think that like Stephanie Meyer really wrote her. She's just loose, floating around, like waiting for her man.
Yeah, she only has vampiric attachments.
Mm-hmm.
She gets there, she gets a car. She gets this old ass collectible car that she mentions is completely made of iron.
What was it? Like a 57 something? I don't remember.
I didn't write it down, but it was like really, really old. And I don't even know if it mentioned that it was made out of iron, but I think maybe you mentioned that it was, and you were like, it rains all the time.
It honestly would have rusted to hell by now. There's no way that kind of car could be in that environment, like reasonably, and still exist. Those kind of cars are made out of iron. They're super heavy. And Bella does point out, I think it is mentioned in the books, that the reason she likes that is because she's too clumsy to live. And so, like, she's like, it's the kind of car that would make mincemeat out of other cars.
She's self-aware. Yeah, you just mentioned that it would be like a classic car. So it's like, why are you buying a classic car for someone? And
for a 17-year-old.
All right. I also noticed that she brought like nothing with her. I can't remember exactly what they said, but when she was unpacking, she had nothing, basically like a backpack or something. Like, did you move in a hurry? Why'd you do that?
Yeah, I think that that's weird too. I know they do kind of mention that she doesn't really like have a lot of clothes because her clothes are like the wrong kind of clothes for Forks, because she's got clothes for Phoenix. But I would like to lodge a complaint with that as well, because I don't really care what your clothes are like. You're gonna like, I don't think that there's that much of a difference between clothes that are sold like in the upper Northwest versus the lower Southwest where Phoenix is. Like, I don't think there's that much of a difference. Like, maybe like winter coats, but that's it.
Yeah, I really don't know. But even still, even if I was moving somewhere and I knew my clothes wouldn't be that practical, I just don't think I would leave all my shit behind. I don't think I'd be like, oh, well, I don't need it, and just pack a backpack. But maybe she's just a minimalist.
Bella is like unmaterialistic to a fault.
That's true. Maybe that was an intentional choice. So she goes to this really small school. They said it's like 58.
I think per grade. We also went to like an incredibly small school for like a long time. So that's not like weird, but the way that she definitely like talks about how she's like, I couldn't find my niche in a school with 3,000 students. How am I supposed to find my niche in a school with 350 students? And I just like, I kind of think that it's easier to get along in like a small town environment. I think that she's got that backward.
I completely agree. I feel like Stephanie Meyer never had a small school experience, because that also glaringly stood out to me, that she was like, I couldn't make friends at a school with 3,000 kids. I've done both. Like, I've literally gone to a school that had like 2,000 to 3,000 kids, and I had no friends at all. Like, none. But when you're in a small school, you're like forced to interact with the same people all the time. So even if you're not a typical person that would hang out with them, it's like you get to know each other and everyone's still friends. So that definitely stood out to me, because when I went to a big school, I was so fucking lonely, dude. Like, I had no friends. I was like, what the fuck is she talking about? Like, it's way easier to make friends in a small environment.
I agree. When Giu and I met when we were at a very small school, it's much easier to find friends. And then when I matriculated into like a larger class, I also had like no friends. So I think that like she definitely has that part backwards.
I specifically have here Nichole's note. You wanted me to put that this was your note.
No, this is it. This is where it starts. Like, this is definitely like where the minute by minute recap starts.
Beginning of the playback, minute by minute of Bella's life playing out.
Mm-hmm.
And 12 minutes into the book, we already have Bella calling herself a freak. So deprecation count +1. Looping back around to the school being super small, I thought it was weird that she was like missing the industrialness of a public school. She was like, there's no metal detectors. I'm like, do people like that?
Yeah, super, super weird.
I never went to a school with metal detectors, but I imagine I would hate it if I did.
Same. Yeah, that I had that thought as well. I was like, I wouldn't miss the metal detectors and like the searching, because it's never just metal detectors. Like if your school has metal detectors, your school's also going to have like armed security officers or like whatever they're called in your state.
First thing Bella says when walking into the school, not says out loud, but she thinks to herself, no one's going to bite me. I bet Stephanie was so proud of herself.
Oh, for that little
throwing that in there.
That little hardy har. Yeah. Haha, Stephanie, we see you.
Bella meets Eric. He helps her to class.
Eric is my favorite non-main character. I would just like to put that out there.
Yes. I didn't like that he commented about her appearance immediately. Like when she's like, my mother's part albino. I was like, yeah, Bella, you tell him.
Yeah, that was
I don't know. I just thought that was so rude to like go up to someone and be like, wow, you're pale.
It's super weird to comment on.
It's just rude. So everyone's looking at her when she walks into the cafeteria. She's the new girl and she's like special, except for the Cullens. Oh my God.
Who only talk to each other, and she notices them immediately. But on the topic, yeah, everybody apparently is just staring at her like all day. I've been the new kid before, and it's not that bad.
Been the new kid, I feel like no one really gives a shit about you.
No one at
They're
all.
like, go away.
Yeah, they're like, you're not part of our friend group.
I will say when I went to a smaller school and all the boys did like me, I had some Bella energy, but I think it's because I had a cool car.
Yeah.
I don't think it was about me. I think I just had a cooler car than everybody else.
Do not talk so down on yourself. You were the hot new bitch, so.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I had some Bella energy going for one solid year until I switched schools and had no friends again, but it's fine. So again, we're establishing some patterns here. Edward looks at Jessica and Bella thinks it's, quote, as if he read her thoughts. So we are getting Bella noticing things that, a normal person probably wouldn't notice.
Yeah, a normal person would not notice that. Like, it's weird. Bella's, like, attunement to Edward, I know that, like, I think what Stephanie was trying to do with that is, like, show us how in love they are? Question mark? That's really the only thing I can think is, like, oh, they're so attuned to each other.
Oh, like a love at first sight.
Love at first sight, yeah. Like, she understands him on, like, a deep level. But honestly, it's not realistic because you're not going to be able to
They haven't even spoken
Yeah,
yet.
you're not going to be able to read that much into somebody's eyes when you haven't even, like, spoken to that person at all. Like,
and they're not even close to each other.
They're across the room.
Yeah.
Bella apparently has, like, 20/20 fucking vision. Like, she notices so much that I just literally would not.
Look at Edward with your special eye. And again, this happens twice in a row where right after that, Bella notices they're not eating.
Yeah.
Which, I don't know. I, again, thought a lot of kids, like, skipped lunch and stuff like that, either because, like, they just don't want to spend the money or, like, the school food's gross. Like, I don't know. It wouldn't stand out to me that a person wasn't eating lunch unless I saw them do it every single day or something like that. But the first time seeing someone, like, maybe they finished their lunch. I don't know. It just seemed, like, too sudden.
I think they do have food in front of them, but they don't eat it. And she notices immediately. She's like, their food is untouched. Well, you're not looking at somebody's, like, lunch and seeing how much they've eaten of it. Like, that's just nuts. Like,
it just seemed too convenient.
Yeah.
Right after, like, oh, he read her thoughts immediately. Like, oh, and they're not eating. And then immediately after that, quote, there was an unmet expectation in Edward's glance, talking about when Edward's looking at Bella, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So, like, all of these things just happening in a row, like, in this exact same scene. It's just so convenient.
It's so yeah. And it's like, Bella's got, like, a real serious case of main character syndrome. I think that's just really what it is. And Stephanie is not, like, a sophisticated, at least not in this case, or in any case of anything that I've read of hers, really. She's not a sophisticated enough writer to, like, not have her main character have all the information immediately.
Exactly. And Jessica says to Bella, I think it was Jessica saying this to Bella because she can obviously tell in the piercing gaze from across the cafeteria. She's like, he doesn't date. Calm the fuck down.
I think that Bella refers to her as sour grapes. And she's like, I wonder when he turned her down.
Bella trips walking to her seat. And I noted that this was the second time she's tripped, right? We have a trip count going as well. There's lots of things we're counting. We're going to start taking shots.
Oh my God. That is for a later chapter. I think if
we might die if we drink every time Bella falls down.
That's what I was going to say. There's no way to do that without getting alcohol poisoning.
So Bella's first class, of course, she sits next to Edward.
Biology.
She can't stop looking at him because he's just so beautiful. And she notices how tense he is. He's clenching his fist. So the first thing she does is blame it on how bad she smells.
And I would like to also point out that this is the point at which she sees his eyes. And she's like, his eyes are like flat and black and like menacing. And he's like glaring at her and everything. And then this is like the fact that she notices exactly what color his eyes are in this moment. Maybe I could see it. But then like she has a real sticking point about this for like the rest of these chapters.
Yeah, 100%. Then Edward runs out the door because he's got to get the hell out of there. And Mike meets up with her after class, who she has a bunch of classes with. So they're going to start getting to know each other. And he asks her, so did you stab Edward Cullen with a pencil or what? I've never seen him act like that.
Line just like really brought me a lot of joy.
That is a classic line. I remember that was like a peak lol so random humor back in the day.
Oh my God. I want a shirt that says, did you stab Edward Cullen with a pencil?
I can make that happen.
Good to know. We'll talk later.
She's been in class with Mike all day. Obviously, this is plenty of time for him to know that he's going to try to flirt with her. Even though it's only been a few hours, he's like, all right, I need to make my move.
Make my move on the pretty girl from Phoenix. Every single man in this school is in love with her at a certain point.
Yep. Every single one. I don't remember why she walks into like the receptionist area, but she
to return her paperwork. They told her to get all the teachers to sign slips when she like went into their classes. So she was just going to return her paperwork.
Oh, that's what it is. And then that's where she sees Edward arguing with the receptionist about switching classes.
He's trying to compel her for sure. Like for absolutely sure. And if anybody's unfamiliar, compelling isn't really something that they bring up necessarily in this series, but is just sort of like a vampire thing where they will like look at you and be really sexy and like make you do things just by the power of their sexiness.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
I don't consume a lot of vampire media, so
all the vampire media, so we're good.
Which is good because you're going to need to fill me in on some stuff.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, he's definitely trying to compel her, like for positive.
Interesting. See, I didn't even know this was a thing.
Yeah, he does it several times. In one of the next chapters, he'll do it again to Bella. Stephanie never really like makes that like an actual power that these vampires have, even though like in just vampire mythology, that's very much like an understood thing that vampires will do. Kind of like in just like the Anne Rice category of like beautiful vampires.
That makes sense because she does describe him as absurdly handsome with piercing, hateful eyes in this scene. So that definitely sounds like it's relevant to what's happening.
Yeah, I think so. We do love Edward. He really is just like a watered down version of all the best vampires from literature.
She just took the parts she liked, I guess. It was like, there we go. We have a character.
And we're going to add some Mormonism in here and let's go.
And then we'll water it down a little more and boom. All right. And the very last thing that happens is Bella going home in tears because she just knows somehow magically that all of this is about her, despite the fact that they have not spoken to each other at this point.
One time. Not at all.
Which obviously she is correct, but it just again feels so convenient for her to just know magically that like everything is centered around her. It just sounds like they didn't want to flush it out and we're just like, oh, let's just make it so she knows everything and then we can just get on with the book.
Right away. Yeah. No, I think that really is what it is, because all of this like relationship between Bella and Edward, I think, should have been built up a lot slower. I understand what Stephanie Meyer was doing. And I think the fact that this book is for children has a lot to do with that too, or like young adults, whatever. But I don't know. Lazy writing, in my opinion.
I agree. So then she goes to her truck and we have the name of the chapter here, what we called it, and says that her truck is her only haven in this damp green hole.
What are our feelings? Do we have any feelings at the end of chapter 1 other than just
yeah, I just think it would have been easier to ship them and their relationship if it had been flushed out more, because this is spoilers.
If you haven't read Twilight at this point, when did this book come out? Like 2006?
Yeah, something like that. This book takes place, I'm pretty sure, over the course of 3 months. So how in love they end up falling for each other is really unrelatable, I think, to a lot of people, which obviously a lot of people liked it because it's a huge success. I just think that maybe if it was a little bit longer, maybe not even longer, but just some things. I'll say this once. I won't say it again because I feel like I could say the same thing for every chapter. Like she really flushes out things that just don't need to be, where like we mentioned that she's going to start playing out Bella's life minute by minute. And later there's like a whole chapter where she's just like laying on her bed listening to a CD. It's like we didn't really need that, but if we had gotten some more exposition with her and Edward, maybe more of them hanging out and forming a real connection, I think it would have added to the book.
Agreed. And we obviously have not even reached the point yet. So this is a little bit like going ahead. But like we said, if you haven't read this book by this point, then what are you doing? But I agree. I don't really like the way that they rush into this, like this deep, like all we have to do is look at each other and we're like instantly like just feel the most feelings and just have all of these emotions and love. I just don't think that it's realistic or good, honestly, for this to be like held up as like an example of like a one true pairing type relationship to the youth of America. But that is my soapbox, and now I will get off of it.
Yeah. Do you think he's doing that vampire-y thing to her? Or he like can make her fall in love?
I think that there are parts, and it's not so much a like making her fall in love power. It's like in the instant. So if like a vampire would say like wanted something from you, or honestly, if they wanted something from you, that's really like they could like use this magic sort of like on you and just kind of use their sexy powers a bit, and then to make you just like agree with whatever they're saying in the moment or give up whatever information they want from you or anything like that. It's not really like a power that could work at like a distance. I think that he definitely does try to compel her to tell him things in a couple chapters, I think, but it hasn't happened yet.
Okay, interesting. So she's just naturally in love with him, unfortunately.
Unfortunately for all of us. Chapter 2.
Open book. It's another day of school for Bella as we go about her life minute by minute. She, can't stop thinking about Edward's situation is going to be normal throughout the rest of the book.
Situation normal for the rest of the book, agreed. Bella's so absorbed by Edward. I think that she herself makes that point in a chapter coming up soon. I would just like to point out that it's unhealthy, but we all know this already.
Yeah, she literally acknowledges now that her anticipating his arrival is like weird and egotistical and stuff like that. So she's aware. Plot device. It's fine. We know this already.
Our self-aware queen, Bella.
Self-aware queen, I love that. Mike's following her around. She compares him to a golden retriever because he just will not stop following her.
This is the beginning of Golden Retriever Mike.
Yep. Apparently Charlie can't cook because...
Of course not.
So Bella cooks for them, allegedly. I don't know what he was doing before this.
Just frying eggs. Apparently, she does make a point to mention that her mother can't cook, so she cooked for her mother as well.
How wifely of her.
Wifely of her. I was just gonna say it's just another instance of Bella taking care of everybody. That's Bella's job, and will continue to be Bella's job.
And she wouldn't have it any other way, even if you asked her.
Even if she doesn't want. That's the point.
Okay, so Bella gets home. She gets emails from her mom. She's reading Wuthering Heights again, because of course she is.
Of course she is. Bella has already read all the books on the syllabus for this year. I mean, as someone who would also do that, that will happen, but
She just has to be so smart and know everything, so school does not have to distract her from Edward.
from her boyfriend. How? How could it? No, yes. She can focus her full attention on the boy. She already knows everything.
She notes that Charlie knows or thinks that she's not depressed enough to shoot herself on purpose when he unloads his gun belt. That was a little stray.
That I also thought that was strange. It was just a strange thing to call out.
So then they're eating dinner. She asked Charlie about the Cullens, and Charlie loves Carlisle. I was like, oh my god, is this a ship? Do people ship?
Oh, that's a good point. I never even thought of that. But yeah, no, Charlie loves Carlisle. I mean, same. I also love Carlisle, but
He was just so passionate and like defensive about them. Bella like thought about saying something bad, and he was like, Carlisle's amazing. I was like, I think
Carlisle.
this might be the ship.
the ship of the whole book. Yeah. Yeah, you might be right. But she even Bella says that he says more about Carlisle and the Cullens being like good people than like he has before in the entire book. Even Bella said it was like the longest diatribe she had ever heard from him.
Okay, so this has been a thing.
Apparently so. Charlie X Carlisle for sure.
I ship it now. This is like the only context I have because never in my previous read throughs did I get this at all, but I was paying so close of attention this time. I was like, oh my god, it was here all along. I didn't know.
It was hiding right under our noses.
Yeah.
Their love is eternal.
It is. It is. So then Bella goes to school. Edward's missing. She's sad again because Bella's always sad.
Bella is perpetually sad, yes.
The weekend comes and goes. I think she gets some books, maybe.
I don't think she does get any books. She goes to the library, but she makes a point to say that the library in Forks is woefully understocked, and she says she's going to have to go to Seattle to get books. And I'm kind of like, I've been to small town libraries, and I just feel like that's a lot. I don't know. I've never been to a small town library in like the upper Northwest. I just feel like that's a lot.
Yeah, and given her taste in books, like she reads a lot of classic stuff, right?
She reads a lot of classics. Yeah, no, she absolutely reads a lot of classics.
She's not like us reading manga when we were 12 and we couldn't find it anywhere.
That was reasonable. Yeah, she's not looking for like weird pulp fiction. She definitely would be happy with the good classic section, which any library will have. I just don't like the characterization of this whole town as like an illiterate damp green hole.
I wonder what the people of the real town of Forks have to say about this book. I'd love to interview one of them.
Yeah, I bet they're really offended. Maybe an idea for a future podcast.
If you're from Forks and you want to be on a small podcast and we can't pay you, message me.
Reach out. Yes.
So she does or does not get her books. She goes back to school. They have a snowball fight, and Bella sees snow for the first time, and she hates it.
She hates it. Who hates snow is what I want to know, but okay.
I feel like if you live in snow, you have the right to hate snow. Like if you're an adult and you have to get snow tires, you have the right.
Okay, all right. Valid. I've never.
But that's like a very boring way to look at that. Like she doesn't want to participate in the snowball fights or anything, I think.
Well, she's too clumsy for life. So I guess. And also, she doesn't like being cold or wet. And once again, why did you move here? Okay.
The Cullens had a snowball fight too, which I think kind of surprised her.
That was really cute. I really like the Cullens having a snowball fight. I just think that's a really cute little touch.
I do like when they get personality because I feel like so much of it is just them being like broody and mysterious. So it's like, wow, they're doing like a thing that kids would do.
Exactly. And or like it's all just Edward in love with Bella or Bella in love with Edward. Like you don't really get a lot of the rest of his siblings and they are far more interesting characters, but that is getting like several books ahead.
Yes, yes, we will definitely circle back around to that later. So, after they come in after the snowball fight, and Jessica's like, "Oh my god, Edward's staring at you," which is weird that she's always pointing it out 'cause she's also like jealous, so it's getting mixed signals there a little bit. Maybe she just likes the drama.
All the girls there, it's like all the boys in the school are immediately in love with Bella. All the girls are immediately, well, they're all already like entranced by the Cullens, so they're all jealous of her. Like, I don't think that we've met Lauren yet, but she's a.
Yeah, they all don't like her. I'm sorry. Um, so this is the first scene where Bella and Edward actually speak, and he introduces himself, and he's actually polite to her in the beginning, and she notices his eyes changing.
She noticed his eyes changed color entirely. Before they were black when he was glaring at her in class, and now they're like a warm golden color, and she can't fucking stop talking about it.
Yeah. So he asks her why she came to Forks, and she just explains that she did it for her mom. And he's like, "Well, that's not really fair to you." And she's like, "But I'm just like the best person ever. So, of course, I'm going to do it anyway."
Bella is a saint.
She is. She is. Then she's immediately having that thing that we've all experienced where you meet someone and you tell them too much and you're like, "Oh God, I overshared." Because he's just so beautiful and interesting and out of her league.
I think that it does particularly mention that like she looks in his eyes and is befuddled and can't help but tell the truth, which is kind of like a kind of compulsion adjacent, I would say.
Okay, that makes sense. And then I guess that would make sense to have a fallout from that, to be like, that is actually a relatable thing Bella did, like immediately overshare because you're nervous. And be like, "Oh,
Oh yeah.
God, they hate me."
A million times. Yeah, not to the extent of Bella for sure, but yes, I have definitely had these thoughts.
Yeah, so that was finally they speak to each other. So now maybe she has reason to like think she's on his radar, even though she
At
thought it
all.
anyway. She's finishes class and they did some sort of lab. And Mike's like, "Did Edward help you?" And she's like, "Of course he didn't. I'm the smartest person ever. Of course he didn't help me." She's pissed about that.
Also, I would like to point out that Bella was in advanced placement classes apparently back in Phoenix, which this school is apparently too small to have advanced placement classes, which is a hose because like any size school will have advanced placement classes, really. But that's why she's so much smarter than everybody else.
Or they would just put you in a different class. Like if she's already taken this class, like even if it's not a class you would be typically be in for that grade, they would just put her in a different class.
They would have bumped her up to like senior science, whatever that is.
Yeah, exactly. Or if like some states like do it flip-flopped where it's not like one's more advanced than the other, you just learn it in a different order. You just take the class you haven't taken.
Yeah, that is a very good point, actually, because she's definitely repeating all of these classes. Like, she makes a point to say that she's repeating all of the classes. I think in the previous chapter, when she was reading the syllabus for the English class and realized that she had read everything, she was contemplating whether her mother would send her her folder of already written papers or if she would think that was cheating.
Oh, I didn't even catch that. I think she should have done it. She already did the work. It's not cheating to use your own work. It doesn't make any sense.
The way I would already have done that, and also, like, at this time, Bella definitely would have had those saved on, like, a floppy disk. So,
Oh yeah, this was like back in the day.
I think this was post floppy disk, but this was definitely, like, US
But
drive.
I think a floppy disk would have been maybe in play. Like if you had one, it wouldn't be like very weird.
Super, super weird. Yeah, yeah. But, like, I think, yeah, this was, like, USB stick days for sure.
And then the very last thing we have is Edward creeping on her, watching her leave, and then him laughing at her when she almost hits someone, which we, again, another counter going. Edward laughs. He just doesn't do that very often, so we're counting.
Yeah. I think maybe he does, like, a couple other times just at the beginning of the book. Chapter 3.
Phenomenon. The scene opens with Bella waking up, which I just thought was so funny because I love to make comparisons between this and 50 Shades and look at things that were stolen from Twilight.
Yes. Oh my God. In the vast canon of Twilight branch offs, 50 Shades is really peak, if you ask me. Yeah, we're going to definitely count, I think, how many times this opens with Bella waking up because I too also want to see like how much that was stolen from Stephanie Meyer by L. James.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's just a
Opposed
coincidence.
to her just being a bad, yeah, as opposed to her just being a bad writer, is what I was going to say.
I don't know if we've gotten there yet, but there's a point where I think Charlie hugs her hard. And L. James does that like all the time. Like I want to call her Bella. I don't remember her name, but
Anna,
Anastasia, Anna, she does everything hard, or Christian does everything hard. Like,
hard.
so when Charlie hugs Bella hard, I was like, oh my God, there it is. That's where she got it from.
All right. Well, I think that we're gonna have to definitely like make those little notes, if only just for ourselves. And it's only a matter of time until we do a whole podcast on 50 Shades as well.
Yeah, stick around for that little bit of
Of the extended Twilight universe, as we like to call it.
Yes, yes, yes. All right, so she's super excited to go to school because she'll get to see her boyfriend, and she almost falls getting into her truck, which I feel like counts as her falling. So she's
At
fallen three
least,
times.
at least a half, at least 3.5 times.
Yeah, three and a half. So as she's going there, she thinks about how all the boys like her and how she's gonna see all these boys because she's just so popular.
Who all like her. Again, unrelatable problems is all I'm gonna say.
She's thinking about how she's, also not used to getting taken care of by Charlie, in her words.
Oh, I actually think that I did want to point this out as well. This is another instance to me where it was really obvious that Bella's attitude about Charlie is just weird because I think he puts snow chains on her tires, which is such like a nice like dad thing to do. Like, of course, you're not gonna know how to do that, Bella. Like, you need somebody. But she's just very weirded out by the fact that Charlie would like put snow chains on her tires, and I'm like, wow. Well, like, I'm glad your father doesn't actually want you to kill yourself because she would definitely do that.
Yeah, that is really weird. Maybe she feels put off by it because she's so used to taking care of other people that she's like, "What do you mean you're doing something for me? I'm supposed to do everything for everyone."
But it's like a super unhealthy way to be, and that's all I'll say.
Yeah, don't be like Bella. I think that Toru from Fruits Basket and Bella from this like have the same condition.
Oh, you are so right. I never even like thought about that, but you are absolutely correct.
Yeah, it's not healthy. Don't be like this. It's okay for people to help you with things.
It is, especially things that you don't know how to do or you can't do.
Yeah, it's fine. There's no shame in it. Everybody needs help with things. Just let it happen.
Especially if like, especially, and I just am gonna say, and to people who don't have a good relationship with their parents, that's something else entirely. But especially, it's okay for your parents to do things for you.
Yes, yes. So this is the classic part of the car crash where Eddie saves her. We started calling Edward Eddie in the notes here, and I just loved it. I kept it.
I think that it suits him.
It does.
He's such a little Eddie.
And Bella does note that Eddie is cold and hard when he like grabs her, which I just thought was so funny. Do you remember that adult novelty toy that was based off of Edward and it was sparkly and you were supposed to put it in the freezer?
Oh, I do. In the refrigerator. Yeah, yeah, and make it cold. I do
Yeah, that's what
remember
this
that.
reminded me of. I was like, wow, cursed memory.
Oh my god. That was probably what, like 2010?
My God, probably.
Ah.
So Bella notices that Edward was across the parking lot and he is somehow able to get over to her, move her out of the way of the car, but is not able to stop her head from slamming into the ground, which I thought was weird. Like, why? Why didn't you just like put your head under her, or why didn't you just put your hand under her head or something to cushion it? Like, if you're that fast, you like couldn't stop her head from slamming into the concrete. Okay,
Yeah.
Mister Vampire Pants.
Mr. Vampire Pants. That's a good one.
And then Bella notices that he was across the parking lot and she's like, "How'd you get over here?" And he's like, "I was right here." And she's like, "No, the hell you weren't right here." And I know that she's correct in everything, and I don't want to promote like telling women that they're wrong or crazy or that you like shouldn't believe things. But in this scenario, I just feel like it's so unrealistic that everything that's happened to Bella is just she just knows exactly what it is immediately. Like I feel like if I was in an emergency situation when I like saw something and someone was telling me, no, it wasn't like that, I'd probably just be like, oh, I must have just like not realized because I was so shocked or
Yeah,
something.
I was just gonna say, you must have just been in mild shock because you just went through a traumatic event and almost got hit by a car. There's no reason that you would like absolutely know for sure something like that trivial. So like I agree. I also do not want to promote like people lying to women or like trying to get them to say things that aren't true or like anything like that. But I too just find it like weird that Bella like is so adamant in her like knowledge of what's happening every second. Like she's like, "No, you were over there."
Yeah, and she's just so positive. Like she just believes so strongly that everything she sees is 100% true or correct, which in any other scenario I think would make sense, but in this like weird supernatural stuff going on, it's like she's living in a universe where she doesn't even think that supernatural stuff is a thing. Like she's living in our universe. I would never ever be like, no, there must be this guy must have like some kind of power that like makes him fast. I would just like never think that. It just seems like a convenient plot device again.
Yeah, yeah, where she just knows everything that's going on without having to be told. I agree. It is like the kind of like main character syndrome I was talking about before, where Bella just has all the information already, even though she doesn't have the information yet.
Yeah, it's just convenient way to write it, I guess.
I think that like for sure if I was in that situation and somebody like told me like, "Oh no, like I was right next to you. You just like aren't remembering it, right? And I almost got hit by a car." I would probably just like attribute it to shock and move on with my life.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't even put that much thought into it. I'd be like, "Oh, okay, well, thank God I didn't get hit by a car." Speaking of getting hit by a car, Bella notices that there is and I quote, a very distinct dent that fit the contours of Edward's shoulder. Like, how did she know? Like, how did she know that that was like the exact dimensions of his shoulder?
Yeah, it's unrealistic for her to even notice that, especially like I said, she just hit her head and like almost got ran over by a freaking car. She almost got squished.
Yeah, and then as she's noticing this, she's like on a backboard, on a stretcher, like wearing a sea collar. So if you like don't know what that is, it's like when they strap you to like that plastic stretcher that's like a backboard, and then they put the sea collar on you so you can't move your head. That's like that collar you see in movies where it like keeps your head still. But she's wearing all of that on a stretcher being put into an ambulance, and she's somehow able to like look around and like see the car and be like, yes, it's the exact dimensions of Edward's shoulders. Like, okay.
An observant queen now.
Observant. Would you call her before?
Observant queen. So before she was self-aware queen and now she's
Oh, so she's our self-aware observant queen. Yes, thank you, Bella. So then she's in the hospital. She takes off her sea collar, which I just noted because I was like, is she wearing one? Can she look around? And then she took it off. So I was like, no, she couldn't look around. Anyway, Tyler's there. Edward smiles at him. He's flashed his brilliant teeth. We just thought that that was funny. We were like, is he grimacing or smiling? We don't know.
don't know. He does joke around with Tyler, and tells him, "No blood, no foul."
Then Carlisle's there, and he's more handsome than any movie star.
I love Carlisle, guys.
I'm sure that Charlie is going to be very happy to see his boyfriend.
Yes, no, like,
Once he finds out his daughter's okay, he's going to be like, okay, let me go say hi to my boyfriend.
yeah, I would too. He's hot.
All right, Bella falls out of the hospital bed. Fall number 4.
Yeah. Bella is too clumsy to live
She really is. She wants to talk to Eddie alone. It
alone.
asks for an explanation of his super speed slash strength, whatever. Which again, I'm like, why would you just assume that, like, oh, I must just be living in like a universe where there's magic shit going on? I would just never do that.
No, you would definitely, like, attribute it to shock, like we were just saying. Like, there's no reason for her to be that adamant about that one particular situation.
And thus begins Edward's gaslighting because he's like, well, no one, he literally says to her, no one will believe you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she's like, okay, I'm going to lie for you, but like, I don't know why. So she like knows that their second interaction pretty much ever is him gaslighting her and her being like, okay, I'll just like do whatever you want because you're hot.
It's not great. I don't really like I don't like that he like just immediately tries to gaslight her. I mean, I guess I get it. It's like the code of secrecy for vampires and all that. He couldn't just be like, "Well, I'm actually like an undead creature that can't die and can like lift a truck off of you." I guess he couldn't really say that.
That's true. And she is very adamant. She's like, no, you were over there. It has to be something.
All the info. She just got all the info. That's all I was going to say.
Then that night, when she goes home, she dreams about Edward.
For the first time, right? I think this is the first time she dreams about Edward.
Yep, and then that was she woke up at the beginning of the chapter and went to sleep at the end of the chapter, which is again 50 shades, but I digress.
LJ. Chapter 4.
Invitations. Chapter 4 is where we have our 1 month time jump, our only sense of progression, probably in the entire book.
Yeah, one of the few times that time actually moved.
No one remembers Edward being far away from Bella during the car accident, so the whole school is just gaslighting her, I guess.
No one will I think what they say is that no one recalls seeing him close by or far away. And then Bella just has this whole like internal thing where she's like, "Well, no one pays attention to Edward the way that I do. That must be why nobody remembers cuz nobody remembers seeing him at all because he was like far away and then he would try to tell her that he was closer."
Yeah, so he's just basically trying to ignore her. We have a little bit of our teen drama going on now. Mike's obviously still following Bella around like the golden retriever he is.
Golden Retriever Mike strikes again.
And the dance is coming up.
Oh, the girl's choice dance. Yeah.
Yup, so
Yeah.
Jessica asks Mike, and then Mike asks Bella in front of Edward to make him jealous. It's a whole thing.
Turns Jessica down, and then Bella has to be like, "I think you should like say yes to Jessica, Mike." And doesn't she tell all the boys? She tells all the boys she's going to Seattle that weekend, so they'll leave her alone.
Mhm. And then Eric asks her later. So everyone just wants to go with Bella, and Bella has to be like, "No, we're shipping Jessica and Mike. Everyone leave me alone."
And Angela should ask out Eric.
Oh, and Tyler asks her. Tyler asks her too.
Oh yeah, yeah. All three boys ask her. She sets up dates with the other girls and all three boys because Bella is a saint and is just like getting everybody boyfriend.
Not only do they all ask her within like the last half of a school day. They're all just like lining up to ask her.
Each one, it's actually so funny. I love the whole progression of all the boys asking Bella out because each one says like, "Oh, I just thought that you turned them down because you wanted me to ask you." Like, it's so funny.
If Bella kept this energy throughout the entire book, I'd like her. I would like her.
Honestly, yeah, same. Same. Keep it consistent, Bella. She can't.
Mhm. No, she can't. It's impossible. So speaking of boys talking to Bella, Edward speaks to her for the first time in a month this day, and he says that they shouldn't be friends, which like you literally weren't. Like why did you say that?
Yeah. Just Edward being gaslighty as usual.
Yeah, yeah, no one's surprised, obviously, but just why? You could have said nothing and then we wouldn't have a book, so whatever.
Yeah, I guess then we wouldn't have a book. And honestly, isn't it better to
Yep.
have loved and lost than have never loved at all?
I suppose so. So Bella's like, I'm gonna leave Edward alone, even though she was literally already doing that. She's like, I'm definitely gonna leave him alone now, even though he approached her. Again, like I wish she would keep this energy. I really like aloof Bella. So anyway, she makes a real plan to go to Seattle because then she's telling the truth.
She makes a real plan to go to Seattle. I actually have a bone to pick with this because she makes a plan to go to Seattle because she says the Forks Library is so devoid of anything that she has to go to Seattle to find books. And I have a problem with that. I think that the Forks Library is probably fine.
I feel like it should be fine for her taste because they make her like a lot of classics.
Oh,
So
they definitely have, like, every Jane Austen book. Every single library will have that kind of stuff. Like, the classics, like, definitely.
yeah, I agree. If she was trying to get some weird shit, like I remember when we were kids and we're trying to get manga, like nowhere had it. Like the Forks Library
Oh,
probably doesn't have that, but she's literally reading like stuff that you'll find anywhere because everyone reads it. Okay, so then we have Edward and Bella's first real conversation. Holy shit. So Edward meets Bella in the parking lot and basically is telling her that when he was next to her, he was wrong. Like he's just staying with that. Everyone's staying with that. Everyone's just telling Bella that she's crazy.
he's, like, fully gaslighting her at this point. I kind of don't understand why he doesn't try to compel her, like, now, at this point, but he doesn't really make the effort to do that. He just kinda tells her that she's wrong, like, to her face, which is just, like, regular gaslighting, not, like, gaslighting with, like, special powers, which is essentially what, like, compulsion is. Like, if that was a power that she was going to make him have, which it seemed like it was up to now, like, he did genuinely seem like he was trying to use that on women already, this is when she should have brought it into play.
Yes, I think that that would have made a lot more sense instead of him just being like this wishy-washy weirdo. I have a quote I want to read. This is from their conversation, which the whole banter of their conversation was like very 2K10.
Yeah.
But he says, "It would be more prudent for you not to be my friend, but I'm tired of trying to stay away from you." And then immediately after that, "You really should stay away from me." So he's literally contradicting himself in a single
In the same
sentence.
sentence, yeah. I mean, okay, so when we get into our discussions of contrasting this to Midnight Sun, which might possibly happen at some point,
Oh geez, that's gonna be a time.
because like the way she compresses his thought process, so it's like it honestly, it's like she was writing the two of these books simultaneously because she had, so not to give undue praise to Stephanie Meyer, who definitely writes like a 25-year-old. I mean, her characters are very well established. Like, first book, she's got this down. I did hear a rumor, some scuttlebutt somewhere, that she did start writing Midnight Sun, like, as like right as she was finishing, or like maybe like while she was writing Twilight. I don't know how true that is though, so I don't want to.
Interesting. We should look that up.
We should. I bet that there's like that's got to be documented somewhere.
All right, and to wrap up this scene, Edward intentionally, I think, stops in front of her here in the parking lot so Tyler could
Oh,
have a chance to ask her out. This is when he asks her.
yeah, he pulls his car like out in front of her truck.
Yeah, I just thought that that was so annoying. I was like, Edward, how is one man this annoying? And then he pretends to ask her to the dance.
Or Tyler does ask her to the dance.
No, Edward pretends to ask her to the
Oh yeah,
dance so
yeah,
he
yeah.
can be like, "Oh, do you want to ride to Seattle?"
Oh yeah, yeah, because like he makes intonations like, "Oh, you the day of the dance. Like, do you want
Yeah.
to do this with me?" That was actually kind of funny.
Bella contemplates hitting his car when he's
Oh,
parked
she should
there.
have.
She should
She
have.
absolutely.
I would have made the whole book. I would have loved that.
Yeah, I mean, she's right. Like, she could have just tapped it real gentle, like just kind of scratched the paint. He deserves it. He can
Just
afford it.
scratch the paint a little bit.
Yeah.
And we have our classic line, "Stupid shiny Volvo owner," which, yes, 1,000%
I agree.
yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Put that on a shirt.
I would wear a shirt. Chapter 5.
Blood type. Chapter 5. It's literally called blood type. And I
Yeah,
just felt like Stephanie was probably so proud of herself for thinking to put this as a setting for what is about to happen in class.
yes, yes, very clever, Stephanie. We see you.
So Bella's bad and she gets to class late, and Mike's upset because he's always upset for some reason.
Yeah, he does get over it though, like a good little golden retriever. They can never be mad for long, you know. Always want to bring you your newspaper and wag their tail.
Yep, yep, and he wants to go to the beach really bad still. He wouldn't forsake Bella in that regard.
Okay, listen. I have like a point about the beach. Mike really wants to go to the beach and it's supposed to be 40 degrees. I actually am in full agreement with Bella about this one. That sounds awful. And I would never go. Like I would be like, "No, see you later. Like y'all have fun."
Yeah, I could just not do that instead.
Exactly.
They have a
Exactly.
fire and stuff though. I like a bonfire.
Okay, it's like fair point, but like when it's like 40 degrees, a bonfire's not doing that much.
I guess, but I don't know. If you're from the north, is 40 degrees cold? Is it very cold?
Okay, 40 degrees is cold. 40 degrees is cold to me because I will admit that I am from Florida. So, you know, it's relative, I suppose. To me, that's freezing.
I'd probably go and then be sad the whole time. You would have the foresight to stay home, and then I would go and be like, I don't know why I went.
Everything is cold and I am wet.
So then she goes to the cafeteria and Edward's not there, and she's so sad that she can't even eat.
She's so sad. All she's like, I'm lost my appetite. I'm just going to get a lemonade.
Okay, Edward does show up at some point though, right?
He does, yeah. I think that she notices that he's not sitting with his family, so she thinks that he's not there. But then Jessica, when they're in the lunch line, is like, Edward Cullen is staring at you again. And like she looks at her and he's like sitting there and he like crooks his finger at her, like, come hither,
That's
Bella.
very spooky of him.
It is a little spooky.
He starts talking to her and he's giving her these mixed signals of like, I want to be your friend, but also like, I wouldn't be a good friend for you. So the gaslighting continues.
The gaslighting continues and is ever present, and like I don't know, like I he's like, I'm tired of trying to stay away from you, and I'm just like, ugh.
Oh, this is the part where he says, most people are easy to read except for you.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That got me. He's just not even trying to hide it at this point. We're
No.
barely even a quarter into the book. He's just like, let's just put it out there. My family secret. Meh.
Yeah.
Who
Well,
cares?
he does say that he's like he hopes that she doesn't understand what he's saying. Like she makes a point to be like, you enjoy the fact that I don't understand anything you say, and he's like, I'm counting on it. And just like gaslighting to the nth degree once again. Like
He's
I
showing
mean,
zero self-restraint.
no, none, because like by this point in Midnight Sun he's like seeing her face in the stars, so you know.
This is also the scene where he's Bella's trying to figure out, quote, what he is. And then they have the conversation where she's like, are you like Peter Parker or Bruce Wayne? And I think that he says he's like evil or something.
He's like, what if I'm not like one of the superheroes? What if I'm the bad guy or I'm the villain?
Oh, that's what it is. I knew there was like a classic Twilight line right here. I was like, what is it? It's on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, yeah. And then she's like, "Oh, you're dangerous." And then he's like, "Do you think so?" And then she's like, "But not bad. You can never be bad, Edward."
Your notes in all caps say he's dangerous. It's so good. All right. So then Edward tries to convince her to skip class, but she was already bad Bella for being late. So now she has to be good Bella and go to class.
Go to biology class. He says specifically that it's healthy to skip class sometimes, which is funny.
I guess it would have been true in this case, but that's a little too future predicty for me.
Yeah. Well, like he knows. He knows that like they're blood typing today probably because he read Mr. Banner's mind and like knows that they're blood typing and he's like he can't be around all that blood, so he's like,
Oh, that makes sense, but I meant, like, him saying it to Bella, being like, "It's good for you." Like, he doesn't know if it'll be good for her, like, doesn't matter to
"Oh
her
no.
until she
That's
faints,
true.
then it would have been better if she didn't do it.
That's very true. He doesn't know that yet."
They go into class and they start the blood typing thing, and Bella almost immediately faints.
Oh my god, like, she doesn't even have to see anybody bleed, like, just seeing the micro lancet that they use to prick themselves makes her queasy, and she, like, lays down on the table, and, like, I know some people get sick at the sight of blood, I personally don't, so maybe I truly just don't understand, but that seemed a bit extreme to me.
It did seem like a lot. I will say though, like, I have seen blood and, like, gotten faint, but not like a drop of blood, like
Giu, you went to EMT school, like, you
I
know.
did. So I'll make it short. The instance I'm talking about is someone tried to start an IV and like missed or something. I never started IVs, so I don't know how that works. But they had to take out the catheter and blood started pouring out of the patient's arm onto the floor and it made me feel so dizzy that I had to sit down because I felt like I was going to faint. And I don't know why I reacted that way. It never happened before or after that, but I'm just saying, I guess it does happen because it happened to me once, and I very silently had to sit down and not draw attention to myself because I was like, "I'm not going to faint in front of a patient. That's a bad idea."
It's a bad idea, yeah.
Yeah, never happened again after that or before, so no clue.
That's so interesting. I wonder if that was just from the shock of seeing so much at once or like what? That's an interesting psychological study. But
Yeah, I wonder if
is
that's, like, on a, like, biological level, like, brain, no blood, leave body, bad.
it's entirely possible.
So she faints. Mike's like, I'm going to take her to the nurse. And then Edward gets upset.
Oh, well, Mr. Banner asks for volunteers, and Mike, of course, volunteers because I think Bella says specifically, like, oh, that she knew who would volunteer even before he said anything. And of course, it was Mike.
Yeah, why wouldn't it be Mike? He's there for her, just like a golden retriever would be.
He's there for her, and he wants to, like, hold her close and, like, let her lean on him as she's feeling sickly.
As they're going to the nurse, Edward sees Bella laying her face on the
Oh
sidewalk outside.
my god, that part freaking sent me. Oh my gosh, the part where she's like, "I laid my face on the ice cold pavement." I'm like, "Well, that's gotta be great for your skin, Bella."
Edward gets upset for the first and only time in the book where it makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
So he effortlessly picks her up. Bella casually drops her weight at this point, which I won't repeat, but it just made me laugh, I guess, in a bad way. It stood out to me. I was like, okay, yeah, you're so tiny and dainty. We know. We're aware.
We are aware, Bella. Yeah,
You're perfect in every way.
I noticed that as well. I didn't like, it was a little distasteful to me too. A very low weight for somebody her age.
And then Edward makes fun of her for fainting because the irony of it all that she is.
That she gets faint at the sight of blood. The irony.
Yep.
Literally, from the iron in the blood, the irony.
Ha! Haha. Okay, so Edward bullies Mike into letting him actually take her to the nurse's office.
He doesn't even bully him really. He just kind of like scoops Bella. Was just like, I'm
Wha-
gonna
wha-
take her now and just like grabs her and walks off. Like my
yeah, what's Mike gonna do?
yeah, he's like, I was supposed to take her like after and Edward just like continues to walk off. Like I think he tells Bella that he was listening to a CD in his car and that's how he saw her.
Ah, okay. I missed that, but that's funny. They do at one point point out that Bella says she can smell blood, and he's like, most people can't do that. Can you smell blood?
Blood kind of smells kind of metally. I mean, only if you're like sniffing it.
But it does have a smell, right? He was like, "People
Yeah.
can't he literally says that people cannot smell blood, and she's like, "Well, I can. I thought that, like, blood had a smell."
No, blood definitely has a smell. I can smell blood. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's what I would figure. I just thought that that was so weird of a thing to be, like, not like other girls about because I was like, "I think people can just do that." Like, why does Edward argue with her about that? Oh, then Mike tries to get back at Edward by bringing up the beach in front of him.
Oh, yeah. He's like, Bella, you're coming to the beach with us this weekend, right? When we're going to go and like frolic on the beach in 40-degree weather while it's like kind of rainy. Yay.
Then Edward bullies Bella into getting a ride home from him because she can't drive or something, and then
He says that he would be not a gentleman to let her drive home in the state she was in.
they both like Claire de Lune. Wow, they're meant for each other, obviously. Then they talk about her family, and he asks how old she is, and she says she's 17. And this was so disgusting to me. He says she doesn't seem 17. I was like, ugh. Like, that's what every creepy guy says to a younger girl, where it's like, oh, but you're like mature for your age. Like, bitch, shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's creepy and it just gets creepier when we find out how old he really is.
I put, like, I took that note in my notes and I put a bunch of nauseous emojis next to it.
Chef's kiss.
Then she just talks about how she basically takes care of her mom because her mom acts younger and Bella acts older. So she's like the mom. Bella is, I mean.
Yeah, Bella says that her mom says that she was born with the soul of a 35-year-old and gets more middle-aged every year. And I just think that that's like really something for your mother to say to you.
Yeah, yeah. It's, I don't know. You can tell her mom likes being taken care of.
Yeah, for sure. She like very obviously lets her child like be the parent, which is like not great, Renee, but okay.
And then Bella asks about his family, and we get some more self depreciation because she's like, well, your family has to be more interesting than mine, which I don't know. There's just so much of that going on that I'm like, girl, calm down.
It's like take like have a little bit of confidence in something.
Yeah, anything. Pick something. Just pick anything.
Yeah. And honestly, her relationship with her mother would be a good place for her to have some confidence because Renee apparently is like such a good mother and like they get along so well, even though Bella is supposedly the one that like more emotionally takes care of her. That would be a good place for her to have a little bit more of a spine. But
That makes sense. And you're right. She really does like only say, don't, I guess not only nice things, but she presents it in a way where she's not saying it like a bad thing.
no, yeah, to Bella, it's not a bad thing. It's of course not a bad thing to Bella that at 17 she has to like take care of her mother like emotionally and like I think at some points even financially and like domestically. She like cooks and cleans for her as well. Bella is Saint Bella, as always.
Then the chapter wraps up with Edward mentioning that they're going hiking.
Hiking. Yes, hiking at Goat Rocks near Mount Rainier, I think. Which will come back up later because I'm pretty sure that Bella asks Charlie about it in the next chapter.
Edward smiles crookedly. Had to point that out because I remembered reading this and being like, "Oh my god, they like never ever smile," but he does a couple of times. He
And only
does.
at Bella.
I just don't remember it at all. I have no memory of him smiling, and I was like, I think like people make fun of those actors, but I think it's written that
Honestly,
way.
I literally think that that's just Robert Pattinson's acting choices that like make us think that. It's solely that.
I
Like
just like maybe it is. It like infiltrated my brain. I was like, yeah, they just like don't smile in the book, I'm pretty sure. So now I'm noticing I'm like, oh, it does happen a couple of times, at least twice now. I don't remember how many times I've pointed out, but at least this is the second time, possibly the third.
yeah, yeah. Smile count.
Drink every time Edward smile. And drink every time Bella falls down.
Oh no. Be like dead by the end. Chapter 6.
Scary stories. All right, so next we have our anime beach episode, Twilight style.
Everything is ever always gonna have a beach episode.
It's just the natural order of things. All right, so we got our teen drama. Lauren's mad at Bella because of why?
She exists, basically. Like, she's mad at Bella because I think because Edward is paying attention to her. Lauren, as we remember, is a coont.
And then I think Jessica's also upset because Mike wanted to sit next to her in the car, and then Bella has to like convince Mike to let Jessica like sit between them.
Yeah, that was pretty good. But Saint Bella, she's matchmaking as usual.
We actually had Nicole pointed out a very nice beach description, so we wanted to just give at least 1 point to Stephanie.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, very nice setting of that scene. Like, I actually thought it sounded gorgeous.
It did. She like had a very nice description of just like the wildlife and everything, which you just kind of don't expect from something like this. So thank you for at least that.
A nice little breath of fresh air to have like a genuinely well written passage. Yeah.
So then once they're there, Bella reminisces about falling down in tide pools when she was a kid, and then they go to tide pools where she falls down some more, which is number 6 instance of her falling down.
Yeah. I also would like to point out that a lot of Bella's memories, just in general, throughout the book, involve falling down, which I think is really funny.
It's almost relatable.
Almost relatable.
Almost.
As like a fellow clumsy girl, yes, but Bella to an extreme.
And then this is where we finally get our first instance of Jacob and his little gang of wolves.
Well, the wolves, the soon to be wolves. Jacob has a ponytail.
He does. Oh my god, I literally put it in my notes. I was like long hair Jacob. Like I just had to point it out.
We love long hair Jacob, little baby Jacob, before he has his like crazy alpha wolf growth spurt.
We love his extensions or wig. I don't know what he was wearing in the movie, but
Man, I guess okay. So I guess to be fair, he has not become a wolf yet at this point.
that's true. That is true. But Jacob comes and sits down and Bella starts talking to him, and then Lauren's jealous again because Jacob likes Bella.
Yeah, and I think that Lauren is like, well, why didn't you just invite the Cullens, Bella? Like, she's so salty. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, sour grapes.
Yeah, she's definitely trying to start some drama right there. So then Sam comes in and just is like, "No, they don't come here." And then Bella turns on the charm to try to get information out of Jacob.
Yeah, she's like, well, what the heck is going on with that? Why don't the Cullens come here? What are y'all talking about? Like, she's like, oh, my boyfriend? You guys don't like the Cullens?
Yeah, and this like kind of felt made me feel icky. There's a part where it's described that Bella looks at Jacob and she's trying to do it in the way that Edward looks at her.
Oh, yeah. Like, she's trying to, like, actively, like, I mean,
Like,
this is
they're
just,
describing how she's trying to manipulate him by flirting. I don't know. And I was like,
and
wow.
she's conscious of how she's trying to manipulate him. Like, it's not even just like, oh, I'm clumsily flirting because I don't know how. It's like she's consciously like, I am trying to flirt with you to get information.
Yeah, and I didn't catch that the first read through. I thought that she was just like, especially spoilers a little bit, I guess, but in book 2, I kind of thought that she just like wasn't being honest as opposed to going out of her way to be dishonest. Does that make sense? Like she was just withholding the information that she didn't like him as opposed to actively trying to trick him. Um so what rereading that, I was like, "Oh, what the hell?"
Actively a terrible person. I just like, this is when honestly I lose a lot of respect for her, just like as a character. Not that I had a lot of respect for her. She doesn't really like. She doesn't. She's kind of just like, the whole point of Bella is that she is the same texture and consistency as white bread and milk.
That was good. It's true. She's a little bit bland, but I guess this is a personality trait. Manipulative. That's a personality trait.
that she's like manipulative. Yeah, definitely a personality trait.
So then we get some backstory. Jacob ends up telling her, he's like, I can't tell you. And she's like, it's okay, Teehee, I'm not gonna tell anybody. And he's like, okay, I'll tell you. All these men are just like, oh, Bella's cute. I don't care that I have like these lifelong family secrets. Let's tell her everything. So he tells her the story about like the werewolves and the cold, or like the wolves, I think he doesn't call them werewolves, and the cold ones,
The cold one.
and how they are enemies, and how humans cannot be around the cold ones because it's dangerous.
Yes, it's like his native tribes like ancestral legends that they're descended from like these wolves that then the wolves were like their brothers and the wolves helped defend them from the cold one and they become wolves and he just shares like this whole like ancestral history with Bella like in the guise of I think he asks her like do you want to hear a scary story which is
Yeah.
a little bit dismissive of like his cultural traditions but like I mean they're not my cultural traditions so
They're horny teenage boys. You don't need to have respect. With
I guess that's fair.
completely joking. Completely joking.
Absolutely joking. It does come off a little weird.
Oh yeah, yeah, it definitely does. Especially since like it is supposed to be like he literally says, I can't tell you. Like it's a
It's
secret.
like it's a secret.
Yeah, we can't tell anybody. And she's like, bats her eyelashes. Are you sure you can't tell me? And he's like, well, I guess I can.
Yeah, not the thinking with the wrong head, Jacob.
And then Mike shows back up, and Jacob's like, is that your boyfriend? Because everyone has a crush on Bella, obviously. Everyone thinks that Mike is her boyfriend because he won't leave her alone. And again, like Bella, I guess he hasn't like been forward with Bella about like, hey, I like you, but it's obvious. And she hasn't told him no. She hasn't been like, hey, let's just be friends. Like maybe she could have done that, but like Mike should take the hint.
Yeah, he should definitely take the hint, absolutely. But also, you're right. Like Bella is like the queen of like ultimate passivity. She doesn't like lead him on necessarily, but she doesn't ever turn him down. She doesn't correct it or tell him that like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not into you like that, or like, I think we're really good as friends.
I guess it's establishing a pattern, and I'm just now connecting the dots because I'm like, oh, she's doing with Mike what she's going to do to Jacob in the future. Yep, so that's the beginning of Jacob and leading him on for the next, I don't know, canonically like 6 months or something.
Yeah, but it's like the next what, like the whole rest of the books until the fifth. Oh my god, we cannot get into the fifth book right now. Chapter 7.
Nightmare. The next chapter, Bella's finally starting, guess not finally, very quickly starting to connect the dots between Edward and the vampires.
Oh yeah, she has a prophetic dream, which I found pretty amusing because I don't think that that power necessarily continues, but she's kind of been doing that a lot. Like, and I don't know if it's supposed to be some kind of like, oh, she has like some kind of deep soul connection with Edward, but she literally had a dream where he has like pointy teeth and he's like beckoning her with like dark eyes, and literally Jacob turns into a wolf. So I'm like, nice prophetic.
Yeah, it's very on the nose. It is not subtle in the slightest. So her prophetic dream happens and she wakes up and she Googles vampires.
Yeah, she's just starting to make all the connections. She's starting to make all the connections once that happens.
Yeah.
She's really, which I don't honestly know that I would have jumped to vampires already.
I
But
don't think so either. I think at this point in the story, I don't even think I would have jumped to supernatural. Like her clues were like, I guess skipped the blood typing test was weird, but like he just like kind of wanted to skip class. Like that's not that weird. And then like he doesn't eat. And what was the other one? Oh, he didn't go to the beach and Jacob told the story. So I guess that's like the biggest clue. And then I guess that in combination with the blood typing test specifically wanting to be skipped, maybe.
yeah, but honestly, I think that if like, if my friend had told me some sort of like cultural like I don't know, I don't think that I would take that like at face value and then just suddenly be like, okay, well, They must be
I
vampires.
guess I live in a universe where mythological beings actually exist. Like my brain just would not go there.
Same, same.
And she tries to rationalize it to herself. We thought this was so funny. Quote, if it was a reflex to save lives, how bad could he be? Talking about how he saved her.
Yeah, I don't think that's a really good metric for, like, anything, but, like, okay, Bella. She's, like, very convinced that Edward is, of course, like, a good little angel baby. Like
I didn't let the person I want to boink get murdered. I must be a good person.
I must be an angel.
And then we have a scene at home later. She's just like doing homework, but she is thinking in her head about like what she would do if he was a vampire. And she thinks to herself that it's hard for her to make decisions, which just goes back to what we were just saying about how she's just so passive about everything. So she has an ounce of self awareness. She knows that she has this problem.
She does, at least. Bella, I think we've said before, Bella is our self-aware queen. So,
That's true. That is true. That is one of her character traits. Oh my god, we were dying at this part when she opens the window and is surprised it doesn't stick.
Thick. Right, okay, yeah. So, like, that is just such a little throwaway line in this book, but it just kind of, like, makes me really think because, like, having read Midnight Sun, which is essentially just like this, but from Edward's point of view, and it's like 5 times as long. It like, there's a scene in which he, like, uses WD-40 on her window because he's, like, been, like, in her room, like, creeping at her while she's sleeping, like, already. But just, like, honestly, that was my favorite part of, like, the entire Midnight Sun book was specifically that Edward brought WD-40 for her window.
Oh my god, me too. I was dying. I was like, he is not putting WD-40 on her window. And then when you go back and read Twilight and it's here, like it's written in
Right
here.
here. It just brought me, like, a lot of joy. I was, like, 10,000 points, and this is why we fucking love Twilight.
I know, it's so unhinged that it's just incredible. So then she goes to school again. This was just gross. Like Mike touches her hair and is like, "Oh my god, there's like red in your hair." And we're like, "Ew, like don't touch her."
Don't touch me. Don't touch me ever. Like,
Yeah.
literally, do not touch me, sir. Don't touch my hair.
So social distancing now.
Like, yeah, after 2020, nobody would be up in there touching her hair like that.
Absolutely not. The Cullen table's empty once again. Edward's still not there.
Oh, because it's sunny. It's sunny out today.
Yep.
That's why Bella's having such a good day, and that's why.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's interesting. That's like the one thing that like I don't know. She's trying to make them opposites. Like she, can't stand the sight of blood. Interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, she is spiraling downward in misery, is how they described it, because she didn't get to see him at lunch.
Bella's drama.
Yep. And then she ends up deciding to go dress shopping, which is interesting.
With Jessica and Angela and Lauren, the
Uh
coon.
oh. Drama. And then she's reading a book at home later where everyone is named something Edward
Okay,
adjacent.
so she's reading Pride and Prejudice. Well, she's reading like a Jane Austen collection. So it has like all of the Jane Austen books. And so I think she starts on Sense and Sensibility, and the main love interest in Sense and Sensibility is Edward, and then she switches to Mansfield Park, which the main guy in that is Edmund, and she's like, weren't there any other names available in the late 18th century? And I was like, that, dear Bella, in itself is a clue.
Hint, hint.
Chapter 8.
Port Angeles. Bella and Angela and Jessica are finally going dress shopping for the dance that Bella's not going to.
Yeah, I think she like says something at first at the beginning of the chapter. She seems like really genuinely excited to be hanging out with the girls, which like I get. Sounds like fun. Like a bit of shopping.
We love shopping. A little bit of girl time. But what's her name? Lauren? She's not there.
Lauren's not there. Yeah. Fuck Lauren.
And then they reveal to her at one point that Tyler has told everyone that Bella and him are going to the dance.
To prom specifically, because I think there's like a dance that's happening that's like the I don't know if they call it the Sadie Hawkins dance, but it's essentially like the Sadie Hawkins dance where it's like the girls ask the guys, but all the guys ask Bella. But I think Tyler wants to take her to prom.
Oh, so is that different?
Yeah, this is like
Okay.
the Sadie Hawkins dance, effectively. Like the girls ask
Okay,
the
so
guys.
the very American of them to have multiple dance.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That part struck me funny because, like, not with a dance, but like that's happened to me. Like one time in high school, like I remember being in art class and someone was like, "Oh, are you going out with so and so?" And I was like, "What? Who is that?" And they were like, "Wait, you don't know who that is?" And I was like, "No." And they were like, "Oh, well, he's telling everyone that you guys are dating." That's relatable to probably almost no one, but I did one time meet a guy that was insane enough to create a lie like that.
Oh dear, yeah, that's no good. That's totally nuts.
After that, Bella starts prying for more information about the Cullens because she can't help herself.
She's just curious. And I think doesn't Jessica tell her that like they all go out of town to go camping like
Yes.
whenever the weather is nice. Like even Dr. Cullen Carlisle, my husband, my
Yeah.
love.
Yep. Even Carlisle.
It's just kind of interesting too, like listening to this book like as an adult, because like that means he just literally like just like if there's a sunny day, he's just like, okay, well, it doesn't matter if you're like dying. He just like abandons his patients. He's just like, well, I just really gotta get this camping
I never
in.
thought of that,
Uh,
especially as a child. Like, that didn't stand out to me at
yeah,
all. But even now, just completely went over my head. There must be another doctor on staff.
I'm sure. No, I'm sure there's like other doctors because otherwise he literally
Yeah.
couldn't do it. Like he works at a fucking hospital.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. He just wouldn't be able to. They'd be like, "No, you no, like you can't do that." So then Bella decides she needs to go to a bookstore because she can only take so much girly shit.
I do love a bookstore.
And pretty much immediately a group of men start following her.
Oh yeah, she's like separated from the group for like 2 seconds in like this tiny little like sleepy like Washington town, like Pacific Northwest at least, northwestern. It is
Yes.
Washington, yeah. Just immediately, like she finds the skeeziest like segment of the population
They can sense her presence.
anywhere in Bella's vicinity is like target acquired.
They sense her presence and just flock to her. Perfect opportunity for Edward to just show up out of absolute nowhere and drive in.
And save Bella, save the day. Which I mean, like, applause. That's like probably like one of the few like truly like good things that Edward does. I mean, honestly, like I know we're making fun of it, but like the realism of like women not being safe, like to walk in certain areas is like non withstanding to like our commentary on like the ridiculousness of this situation because it is very true that like women are like targeted like at a vastly like higher rate
Oh,
than men in that
absolutely.
sort of situation. And like we do applaud Edward for like stopping that situation. No one wants that.
He may have been stalking her to get there, but he did something nice in a roundabout way.
Yeah. Yeah. So like we will give kudos where they're due.
Yep. Yep. Good job, Edward. You did at least one good thing. So then they go and like meet up with Angela and Jessica again, and they're like, "We're freaking out of here."
Edward takes her to go meet them at the restaurant and they come out and they've already eaten. We already ate, Bella. Sorry. And
Fuck you guys. We're out of here.
yeah, which is like wild to me because like I just like I can't imagine a situation in where I'm like in a different town with like a friend that like I drove there with and they just like don't show up.
They just leave. How far is where they are now from where they live?
I think like an hour. I can't remember exactly what they said, but Port Angeles is definitely like outside
I
of
wonder if they're
Fort
just like pissed at her.
just for being too pretty.
Just for like hanging out with Edward out of nowhere.
Well, I mean, that's true, but, like, they didn't know that, like, Edward had come to save her. He just, like, shows up with her, and they're like, "Oh, sorry, Bella, we already ate." Like, we weren't, like, concerned about where you were at all.
They were chowing down while she was about to get essayed. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Bella has shitty friends.
Wow. That's horrible. So Port Angeles to Forks is 1
Yeah.
hour and 6-minute drive, according to Google.
Alright, yeah, about an hour outside of
Yeah,
Forks.
imagine going out of town with your friends and they're like, "You can find your own way home, right? You're good, right? I know we drove here together, but, like,
Or just, like, it doesn't matter, like, yeah, or you're just like, "We're just gonna leave you to fend for yourself in, like, a strange city."
we almost got essayed 5 seconds ago."
Yeah. I mean, they didn't know that to their, like,
No, but did they ask? Did they ask? They weren't like, "Bella, how was the bookstore?" They were like, "Well, that ravioli was great. Late a bit."
they didn't. They did not ask. They already ate. Peace. Like,
Okay, I will stop shitting on them. We could move on. So they end up going and eating dinner, just Bella and Edward. And Edward is possibly flirting with the waitress on purpose or possibly not on purpose. But Bella points it out and she's like, "Are you aware that you dazzle people?"
and he's like, I don't know. The whole dazzling thing is just like a watered down sort of like vampire power. Like vampires are they're very attractive and like, that's a thing that like people are drawn to them. But like I don't know, the way that Stephanie writes it is just a bit like, I don't know, milk toast for me.
Yeah, yeah. You did mention that, like, that's kind of what was going on. But yeah, they don't go full into, like, the vampire-ness of it all.
Which is the cool part. Ugh.
They end up talking about she ends up talking about, like, his eye color changing, like, with his mood a little bit.
Oh yeah, Bella is like super perceptive. She's like, "Your eyes are super light. I thought you'd be in a great mood. When your eyes are dark, you're really crabby." And like, I don't know, Bella has like so much intuition about other people. It's crazy. Like I think there was a situation in the car, like when her and her friends were driving to Port Angeles, where like she's like, Angela shot me like a thankful glance, like where she just understands how everybody's feeling with like no, which I guess like does kind of come back around later in book 5. So we'll get there.
They did have one cute moment where Edward loans Bella his jacket. That was kinda actually coupley.
Oh yeah, I do love a
Yeah, we
man.
love an
I
oversized
do love a
jacket.
man jacket. Yeah, especially when it's like a boyfriend jacket and it has the smell, and like it does talk about how Bella smells it all the time, and
It's
I'm like,
cozy.
relatable, actually. Like I really liked that.
So after that, they end up talking about the guys that were following her, and Edward's just like basically implies that if he hadn't gone to dinner with Bella, he would have gone and murdered these people because they were thinking some bad stuff.
Which I mean, like it's just like kind of, like, oh, Edward's dangerous. Edward, like, is like a big scary monster. Only Bella lets the light out of Edward. But like
They did say that her days were up, or I think he said her days were up when he met her.
oh yeah, yeah, your number was up when the instant that you met me. I did kind of like that actually though, but I love me a monster.
He's scary. He's a scary guy.
He's scary. I love me a scary man. Fictional only scary man.
Yeah, only in fantasy is this okay. But also think fantasies are okay to have.
Yeah.
You're allowed to like scary men in your fantasy.
In your yeah, like keep it in the books.
Be totally safe in real life. Perfect balance.
Chapter 9.
Theory. So it opens, they're still in the car,
They're still
and
in
yeah,
I like that's kind of weird for this book. That it doesn't happen that way all the time where like it ends and picks up in the exact same place at the start of the next chapter. That's just like that's not how it usually goes. It's usually day by day.
yeah, she actually did something a little different this time.
Good for her. Yeah,
Mhm.
changing it up.
Yeah, exactly. And Bella confronts Edward because she did all her internet research about what he is.
yeah, she's like, "Oh, can I like make one more guess? Like, I have one more theory." And he's like, "Oh, sure, like theories." Yeah, is that when Bella he's like, "Where did that come from? Where did you get this theory?" And she says that she talked to her friend on the reservation over the weekend, and his father is an elder. The Quileutes have long memories, is what Edward says.
Yes. And she basically just tells him that he told her the theory, but that is like, oh, but like he just thought it was a myth. But obviously, Edward freaking knows like that Jacob's not a
Instantly.
regular person. So,
Yeah. Well, he knows, I think, that probably that Jacob has the potential to not be a regular person, but he knows that they know. Like, the Quileutes are the only people in the area, the Quileute elders, like,
yeah,
would know. And they didn't wait long enough. Carlisle did not wait long enough to come back to Forks. Billy's father or grandfather, like, knew Carlisle. Like, they didn't wait enough generations to come back to this area.
I see. So they're still pissed at each other. They're ready
Yeah,
to
well,
fight.
they still remember him specifically. They're like, "No, you're the dude that came."
Oh, I see. It's that guy. Like you are the
Yeah, like,
guy.
"You are literally the
Gotcha.
guy that was here just a few generations ago." Like, we know.
And then Edward's also pissed because Bella says that Jacob said that Edward and his family aren't dangerous because they only eat animals. And Edward's like, bitch, I just went to dinner with you and told you I was going to murder some guys. I'm trying real hard to keep up my dangerous facade right now.
Exactly, exactly. Edward is very offended. I think he's like, "He said I'm not dangerous?" Like,
He was pissed. He was like, I've been trying so hard to appear dangerous. Like 20 minutes ago, you were eating ravioli. I was telling you about murder. And now you apparently don't think I'm dangerous.
apparently, yeah. Eddie big mad.
And he big mad. And Bella was big mad that Edward like came back a few days
And
before.
she's like, "Oh, where were you? Like, you weren't back in school? Like, you got back, like, on Sunday? And where have you been all week?"
She can't live without him. She's already in too
Yeah,
deep.
she basically admits that, like, later in this conversation, because I think that he says that it makes him anxious to be away from her, and then she's like, "Well, it makes me feel the same way."
It's true love, okay?
It's true love, leave them alone.
We do have some very classic lines in
Oh,
here, like the "How long have you been
oh my
17?"
god.
Like, oh my
Like,
gosh, takes me fucking
takes me back.
back.
Kristen Stewart and Robert Pattinson forever, like, honestly. That movie is immaculate.
It is. I think that was one reason why the movie was one reason why I, like, didn't picture this scene in the car. Because 'cause aren't they, like, in a forest or
Yeah,
something?
yeah,
When she says, "How long have you been
yeah,
17?"
it's definitely not in, like, the car. I prefer it this way, honestly. Like, I actually, like, really liked this scene, except for the fact that, of course, like, Stephanie Meyer takes all the fun out of vampires.
She does, she does. She takes, like, every I'm guessing she didn't want it to be, like, cliché, but I feel like some of those things are why people like
Oh,
vampires.
that's definitely why I personally like vampires. Like, and I like am an Anne Rice reader, and like there's pieces that you can really see that like she was influenced a lot by Anne Rice, but took all the fun out of the type of like broody, beautiful, like fucking dangerous, like vampire that Anne Rice is really good at in her series, and Stephanie just took it and made it a vanilla wafer.
Edward's trying so hard to keep up his facade, and it's just not working. And he's not doing enough spooky stuff.
No, I miss the spooky stuff. I live for the
Yeah, that's why they're fun.
stuff. Bella's like sleeping in coffins. He's like myth.
Oh, yeah, she's just, like, listing things, and he's like, "Myth, myth, myth." But he does say he can't go in the sun and that he promises to show
Why?
Bella why.
Yeah,
So, that's the meadow's coming up. We have that to
we
look
have
forward
that
to.
to look forward to.
I'm gonna have traumatic flashbacks to Midnight Sun. I'm gonna block those out right
Oh
now.
my god, I have
Um,
so many flashbacks to Midnight Sun. A future podcast, Midnight Sun.
yeah,
Maybe we will
yeah.
actually finish it this time.
Maybe Maybe we can trudge all the way through it. Speaking of other things, like other media, when she said "Holy crow" and you pointed out that Anna from 50
Shades. Oh yeah.
Shades says that, I, like, lost my mind because I love looking for the
Oh my
comparisons.
gosh, yes. No, Anna is like I think Anna says "Holy crow" like a lot of times in the book. Like I can't remember exactly, but she says it constantly, and I think Bella only says it like a couple of times, so it's really funny.
I love a good callback. Okay, so Edward drops her off, tells her to sleep well, which I just thought was funny because she's been having all these dreams about him, and I'm like, does he know? Does she know that he knows? Whatever. But then she gets inside, and Jessica calls her like immediately, and it said that she was relieved and surprised that Bella got home. I'm like, so y'all literally just left her knowing full well she like probably
Gonna
wasn't
get
gonna get
home, or
home
like
all
you
right.
thought you were leaving her with somebody like dangerous. Like they obviously think that Edward is dangerous. Like, and
Yeah,
so that's good. His facade is working to like everybody else.
it is to
Yeah,
somebody.
yeah.
Not to Bella, but to
But to
somebody.
somebody, exactly. So, like, but it's just crazy to me that they would just like fucking leave her in another town. Like,
Imagine if I like just fucking left you and called you like hours later. Like I just left you in a town you had never been to. And like 4 hours later, I call you and I'm like, oh, you did make it home. Wow, I'm so
I'm so
shocked.
relieved. Yeah, no, literally, I don't even think we would have done that when we were 17. No, I definitely don't think I've never been left anywhere by you.
Don't think I ever actually like abandoned
Anyone.
you in another
Or at
town.
any of
That's
our
just so
friends. Like,
insane to
why
me.
would you come together, you leave together. That's the first rule of girl code. Like,
My God, someone I know did that. Someone I know, I won't say any names, but went to like two people I know went to an anime con together, and one of them like literally went home without the other one and was like, "Oh, I thought you had a ride."
fuck. That's so messed
I
up.
know,
Like,
but even when it happened when I was like 19, I was like, "Oh my God, that's like, why would you do that? That's insane. I could never."
exactly. Like, I don't know. And especially like a group of girls, like, and you just left her with like a boy from your class. I don't know. That was a bad
Yeah, I don't know.
decision.
It's a little
Bad
weird.
decision,
It's a little
Jessica.
weird. Yeah. So
Jessica and Angela, bad move.
I can see maybe relieved she got home, but surprised. Like you saw her, you had a chance to be like, "Are you okay?
Yeah.
Like, let's communicate." But you didn't. You were like,
You were just like,
"Bye."
okay, yeah, totally. We can leave you. I don't even think they like asked Bella. They just like, Edward was just like, I'm going to take Bella to dinner. You two can go home. And they were like, okay.
God,
Bad
Jesus.
friends. Bad friends. All I have to say. But at least Jessica did call to check on her. So, like, I guess a little bit of props given there.
Oh, circling back to classic lines, we have another one. It's the last thing that happens in the whole chapter. She says, "I was unconditionally and irrevocably in love with him."
Oh my God.
Just chef kiss classic line right there.
Chef's kiss. Great line. Yeah.
Mhm.
I want that on a t shirt.
Make that happen. We're gonna have a lot of t-shirts by the end of
Yes.
this.
Yes. All the merch. Give it to me.
Oh my God, we should like actually make a bunch of shirts and then like do an
Oh my
unboxing
God. We should.
of all the shirts that we said
That's
we
such a good
wanted.
idea. Chapter 10.
Interrogations. Edward surprises Bella by showing up at her house and offering to give her a ride to school.
Yeah, that was nice of him. I like approve, I guess. It's control, but like I
That's true. I didn't think about the fact that like that is kind of considerate of him, but she does have a car, but also like I don't know if I wanted to see someone and they showed up. I guess it's just perspective.
yeah. Yeah. It's very teenager. The whole thing is very teenager. This whole relationship and book and everything is just so teenager, but you know, it is a young adult novel.
Yeah, I was really, really feeling that the last chapter when she had hung out with this guy like 3 times and she's like, "I love him." I'm like, "Oh my God." It's like,
I love him. I'm irrevocably, obsessively in love with him. And I'm just like, oh, are you, sweetie?
"Yeah, are you?" That's I don't know. I feel like that's how my teenage brain worked. Like I got a crush on a guy and I was like, "That's it. We love each other now."
We're gonna be together forever. You know, I freaking hate the dude that I had a crush on.
Oh yeah, God. Let's oof. Yeah, same for
Oof.
for for you and for me.
Exactly.
So anyway, Edward and Bella show up and Jessica's like, WTF, what's going on?
Oh yeah, I think it says that like she's waiting there with her eyes bugging out. I just thought that was a really funny image.
Jessica's like, I'm about to interrogate her in class. Like, I gotta know everything. Even though I abandoned her, I need the details.
Oh yeah, Edward like tells Bella that like she's gonna get like the fourth degree or the third degree in class. And Bella is like, tell me what she's gonna ask. And he's like, that's not fair. She's like, no, what's fair and not fair is you not sharing what you know. And I just thought that was funny.
Yeah, and Edward alludes that he's gonna, or maybe he says it, I can't remember, but he says that he's gonna basically read Jessica's mind so he can tell what they're talking about.
So that he can eavesdrop on like what Bella says about him,
Yeah,
which is
yeah.
kind of rude.
I do think that's a creative way to use that power, though.
It is. I would do it.
I like that. Yeah, it's a little evil, but I like the way that part specifically is written.
Yeah.
Oh, and we did notice that Edward touched Bella's hair, which Mike did before, and I think she liked it.
But no, she totally liked it. She was like, yes, excellent when Edward touched her hair. But like when Mike did, she was like, ew, which I mean, valid. She is
That's
like
fair. Gotta get consent.
uh irrevocably in love with Edward, so she would
Yeah,
like it if he touched her hair.
yeah. All right. So then after class, Edward meets up with Bella and they're in the cafeteria and he gets a ton of food and she's like, "What the heck? Why are you getting so much food?" And he's like, "'Cause we're hungry."
Half of it is for me. Half of it is what he said.
Yeah.
Oh.
So they sit down and she's like, "So what if someone dared you to eat food?"
Oh gosh, I fucking love this. He like picks up the pizza and he just like takes a bite, just like staring her dead in the eyes, and it's like, if somebody dared you to eat dirt, you could do it. And I think Bella responds like, I did do that once on a Oh god, I actually kind of love this whole interaction.
Yeah, some of their interactions are actually kind of funny. Like
Yeah.
their banter's pretty good. And then she talks to him about how he's basically just continually trying to push her away. And what did he say? He was like perceptive.
Perceptive, yeah. I
But
just
I don't feel like you need to be that perceptive to figure that out. He's constantly like, I like you, but stay away from me. Let's be friends, except let's not. Like he's just blatantly saying it to her. I don't think you need to be that smart to figure that out.
exactly. And I mean, like, it's fair. It is perceptive. I think what she says is like sometimes it feels like you're saying goodbye when you're just talking to me. And he's like, perceptive. I just thought it was so funny because it's like, indubitably.
That was funny, and I don't mean that, like, in, Bella's stupid way, I meant it in, like, a Edward thinks he's mysterious, but I don't think he's as mysterious as he thinks he
He's
is.
not. He's never been mysterious. Exactly.
And then they're just talking about, like, the hunting trip and, like, what kind of animals they like to eat. And at some point, Edward's just like talking about like Emmett's favorite grizzly bear to eat or something. And I just was like, wait a second, aren't they like in the cafeteria just like talking about this?
They're in the middle of the cafeteria and like they're just discussing their hunting patterns like in detail. Like he's literally like grizzly. We were there to hunt bears. Like a grizzly is Emmett's favorite. My favorite is mountain lion. Like Emmett is like a grizzly bear when he hunts, and I'm just like, y'all are like sitting in the fucking. It's not hard to eavesdrop on someone in a cafeteria.
No, like literally 2 weeks ago, it was like, oh, this is a super secret. This is the ancient secret from the people of vampires. Then she meets Jacob and he's like, oh, it's like a secret. Everyone's like, oh, it's the secrety secret. And then they're just like openly talking about everything. Like 2 weeks later, is like how far we are in the timeline of this book.
No, I mean you're completely right. That's like it's actually like kind of hilarious. I just that really sent me. That was such a good way to describe it.
Bella asks Edward if she can see him hunt, and he gets all pissed, and she's like actually scared of him, I think, for the first time in the
for the
whole book.
first time. Yeah, and he like and she was like,
But she tries to hide it.
yeah, she tries to hide it and she's like, "Oh, what would that be like too scary for me?" And he's like, "If that was all it was, I would take you out tonight because you could use a healthy dose of fear."
Yeah, he just wants her to be spooked 24/7.
Yeah. I mean, like, and his whole thing where he's like, "You can't possibly think that like you care more for me than I do for you." It's just the cringe.
Yeah, it's all just goes into his gaslighty manipulation personality where he's just trying to control how she feels and thinks. I don't know.
Like at every second. Yeah, exactly. Like he even says in this chapter, he's like, "I want to know every single thing you think." Like he just wants to literally own and completely possess her. And I mean, like, it's just
People are into that.
people are into that, I guess, but it's so like it's such a red flag. Like I don't know, just it's like the whole thing where this is like some like like an epic love story that like people, like kids read and they're like, "This is what my relationship should be like. We should be like obsessed with each other every fucking second."
Oh yeah, that's that is not ideal.
No, it's not ideal. And it just like it gets really that kind of thing, like it's really apparent. Like this is where it kind of like really gets revving.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, when I joke that like some people are into that, I mean like those people that are old enough to then distinguish like fantasy versus reality of like yes, this is
Yeah,
fun to read about in a book, but I know that that would not be a healthy relationship. Like it's just fun to fantasize about, which is totally different from like, you're right. Like this book is for like tweens and stuff we're reading it, so it's different.
exactly. That's kind of the problem. Is just that it was written for like a younger audience, and that's kind of the issue. Because you're right. Like people who want to could use that fan. I personally like love that like little corner of like fan fiction and stuff. Like
Yeah, but then you're like in a healthy, loving relationship in real life. You don't like actually want your partner to act that way.
exactly, exactly, and that's the difference
Yeah. Fun to indulge once in a while.
in fantasy. Chapter 11.
Complications. So it's movie day in class, and the lights go out, and there's some weird tension going on
Oh
between
yeah,
Ella and Edward.
I think that she's like, there's like an electricity. I just wanted to touch him so badly. And I mean, like, I've been in high school movie day, like, is a little gropey, I would say. But, like a bit over the top considering that they've only been talking for like 3 days.
But they love each other already.
Well, that's true.
It's love.
I can't be unreasonable, I suppose.
So she wanted to touch him, and then after class, he like strokes her face and just like walks away. It was so strange. Made me laugh.
Weird and creepy-ish. It's like literally he just like strokes her face and just turns silently and walks away. And I was like, oh my God.
Like, "Oh, all right, bye, I guess."
Bye.
Then she makes it to gym class where Mike meets up with her. Mike still exists. He's still out there prowling around in
Prowling.
the universe.
Golden Retriever Mike.
He's always there, and he casually mentions that Edward looks at Bella like she's something to eat, which
Oh my God, that sent me. I
it
lost it. That was
did.
so funny.
Some of Stephanie's little puns, I guess, is I don't know what else to call them. Pretty good.
Like inside jokes
Good
almost.
job, Stephanie. And then Edward's waiting for her again after class to drive her because he's just like with her pretty much all the time now, last couple days.
I think that this is when it starts. Like they're together like literally almost every second of the day. And when they're not, we're knowing about it.
And then she brings up, I think on the way home, she's like, well, why can't I see you hunt? And she's like asking for details. And he talks about how he'll possibly like lose control.
Yeah, where he's like, we give totally into the animalistic.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it was.
And he's just like, why we lose control when we hunt to have you there. I don't think he's like told her yet about how her blood like calls to him, like smells
No.
to
I don't
him,
think
but
they've
like
mentioned that at all yet.
yeah. But like he's obviously like having you there, I would lose control. Like you can never see me like that. Which is kind of funny because like he does want her to think he's dangerous.
Yeah, I guess it's like when you I don't know, when you have like a strong craving, you're just like not thinking.
He's like, I'm gonna eat you like a sleeve of Oreos.
Relatable. Sometimes we all gotta eat a sleeve of Oreos, Edward. So then it's the next day, and Bella's like, "Don't bring up Saturday, don't bring up Saturday," and Charlie's like, "So hey, what about Saturday?" And Bella's like, "Well, fuck." Um,
Yeah, I thought that was funny.
so Charlie's just like pressuring her, I guess, not pressuring her, but
He's like,
like
"Well, are you still going to Seattle?" And
he really wants her to go to the dance for some reason.
yeah, no, Charlie just wants her to go to the dance. He's like, "Well, why can't you go?" And she says, "It's girls' choice, Dad." Like, and he's like, "No boys asked you." And then I think that's when she says, "It's girls' choice, Dad." And then I think she has like a whole moment where she's like, "What must it be like to be the father of a teenage girl?" I just thought that was funny.
Probably pretty terrible, but that's coming
Probably.
from a person who wants children of no existence at all. So,
No
um,
children. Also, like, I was a teenage girl, so
yeah, I imagine that that wasn't fun for our parent.
probably not.
Imagine we were pretty irritating.
Oh, man, yeah, probably.
So then she's like, "Nope, I'm going to Seattle so I can see my boyfriend." That's not what she says, but that's what's going on in her mind. And then Edward picks her up again. And oh, this is when he interrogates her.
After Charlie leaves, though. Only after Charlie leaves. Like, there's a whole system where Charlie leaves, and then Edward shows up to pick her up for school.
They're hiding it, they're being sneaky. And then this is when Edward interrogates her the rest of the day.
That was funny. Like, there was a lot of just, like, dumb, inconsequential questions. He's like, "What's your favorite color? What's your favorite gemstone?" And then she like, I thought this was really funny when she's like, "Oh, it's topaz." And then she's like, "Actually, before it was garnet, but that's the color of your eyes today, Edward, is topaz. So it's my favorite gemstone."
Oh my god. Ugh. Yeah. She's I don't know. Did she say that out loud? I feel
Yeah,
like she
she's
oh my god. Bella, you gotta calm your ass a little bit.
just a little. Like you're coming on a little strong.
Then again, I guess Edward's also insane, so maybe it works. It's love. Who am I to judge?
That's what we just both have to keep reminding ourselves,
Yeah.
you, is that
But
it
they're in
is
love.
love. It is love. How
It's
dare
love.
we question it?
Then Mike's ignoring Bella today for the first time. He's maybe thinking, all right, she's literally with Edward all the time. I don't stand a chance. He's by
Yeah.
himself today. And then she leaves gym class where Edward continues to interrogate her until they get to her house. And then she's like, oh shit, it's late.
Oh yeah, they like sit outside in the rain in his car for like hours and hours outside her house. I mean, they could go inside and sit on the couch, but like,
Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot. I guess in my mind, I was like, of course they would go inside. That's a reasonable thing to do.
no, I mean, like, yeah, Charlie's not there. They could just go and sit on the couch
Yeah.
instead of in the car for hours.
It's a teenager thing to do to just hang out in the car.
It is, I suppose. It was never that comfortable though.
Very last thing that happens is Billy and Jacob pull up outside the house.
Oh yeah, I think Edward hears them pull up and he's like just about to let Bella out of the car and she's like, "What's this?" And he's like, "It's another complication." And thus we have the chapter title and thus the chapter ends. Oh, actually, speaking of that, before we wrap up this chapter, they actually when they were talking in the car, they dropped the name of the book.
They did. They did. She's like, "What time is it?" And he's like, "It's Twilight." And we're like, "It is."
The saddest time. It's the end of the day and then she's like, "I like the night. You couldn't see the stars if it wasn't dark."
The metaphor.
The metaphor, the chapter name drop, the book title name drop, everything. There's a lot in just that one little bit.
There was. Oh, I also was thinking he smiled multiple times in this chapter, and I think once the last chapter. For some reason, I was like, these people are just like broody 24/7, but like, I don't think they are.
I think that's just the impression that we get from Robert Pattinson and Kristen Stewart.
I think so. I literally thought I was like, "Oh, I think they act that way because it's like that in the book," and I think I just tricked myself into believing
No,
that.
it's just because Robert Pattinson was miserable while he was filming and hated it the whole time.
I was just like, "No, the book is like that."
He's like, "This is ridiculous." But I think he really only smiles at Bella, except for that moment when he smiled at Mike. But I think his smile is kind of disarming to people. Vampires don't really like to show their teeth when they're trying to be normal people. Chapter 12.
Balancing. All right, so it opens. Billy and Jacob are there. They're claim that their TV broke. We're very curious about how that happened. They don't tell us, but they're there to watch some sort of sports thing.
Sports game, sports ball.
Sports ball, just do the thing, win the points.
They just show up. It's obviously like Billy checking in on Bella. Like he gives her several significant looks, and like Jacob like is like, "Who are you driving with? Like, is something wrong with the truck?" Because he's jealous,
He definitely takes the opportunity to maybe get a smidge of flirting in there.
or he tries.
Yeah, he tries. Bella feels tense all night and then goes to bed.
Pretty much, yeah.
Then Edward picks her up and she just looks at him and thinks that there's nothing about him that can be improved upon. I can't speak, but yes, that just okay, Bella. Okay. There's just this thing about Bella. I wonder how Robert Pattinson felt about playing a person that was described as like angelic and godly and just like perfect in every way.
Honestly, that's probably why he looks so fucking grumpy the entire movie. I actually have heard that he had a terrible time and like hated it, but I don't know how true that is or if that's just a rumor that I heard.
I've also heard that, but yeah, I've never looked up if that's like confirmed that he said he hated it or what.
Yeah, but I could imagine hating it.
Yeah, yeah, me too. So they talk more about Bella's history, and Edward asks Bella, quote, "There's no one you ever wanted," when they're
Oh my
talking about her
god.
dating history, and I was just like, ew.
Dude, that's such a weird question to ask like a 17-year-old. Like that's just like
Yeah,
I don't
she's really like not that old. Like I know that a lot of people have had a partner by the time that they're 17.
mean, I've had a partner by the time, but
But it's just, like, icky, I guess, like, in the context of, like, knowing that Edward's actually kinda old and he's, like, asking a teenager, like, "Hey, you never wanted to boink anybody?
there's no
Really?"
one you ever wanted. Like that's
I
just like
don't
a weird
know.
thing. I used to like people. I used to ask people that all the time. Like, oh, don't you like them? Like, wasn't like, don't you want them?
Yeah, but if you're a teenager asking another teenager, like, "Oh, you have a crush on anybody?" Like, that kinda thing, that's, like, much different.
Exactly. Like that's super normal.
Yeah, that's much different than, like, an old guy asking a teenager, "There's no one you ever wanted." I was just that gave me the ick right there.
Very much. Yeah, very much the ick. I agree very much.
So they go to school, and Edward is leaving early with Alice. Bella is sad as usual,
She's just like, "Oh, I'm just sad that I lost my time with," like, all right, Bella.
and he reassures her that he will see her in the morning. So calm down, Bella. But we do get the opportunity for Bella to meet Alice, which is very exciting because we love Alice.
Love I love Alice. Alice is one of my favorite characters that is not an unpopular opinion. Like everybody loves Alice. I think this is also the point where like Rosalie first like fucking glares at Bella because she's a bitch. Rosalie's a bitch. Well, I'm logging now my opinion
Yep.
of Rosalie. I do love Alice though. Stan Alice.
Yep. Everybody loves Alice. Then after they leave, Bella meets up with Mike somehow. I think they have class together. And Mike tries to pressure her one final time into going to the dance with their friend group. It's totally okay because it's with the friend group.
Oh my god, I personally would also be annoyed. Like, I actually agree with Bella at this point. It's like, I fucking told y'all I'm not going. Like, stop asking.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and she told him. Yeah, she was like, "I'm not going." But she said it very point blank. So good job being forward, at least about this, Bella. I'll give her that
Agreed.
one. I'll give her a point.
A 1 point for
She
Bella
gets 1
being
point for being honest. This is the one.
Bella being assertive, 1 point.
Then she goes to go home, and obviously Edward drove her to school, so she finds her truck in the parking lot somehow.
Alice broke into her house, but we won't find that out till Midnight Sun.
Yep. Yep. So we know the things that we're not supposed to know, but it's very like obvious. They make it obvious anyway that Edward obviously brought her truck there. She finds like a note on her.
Yeah, she finds a note on the seat that says, "Be safe," because Edward could never stop telling Bella to be safe. I mean, not unwarranted considering that Bella is too clumsy for life.
And then she goes home and like notes the locks are how she left them, and just knowing what we know now about the window.
I know, I love the fucking window.
Okay, so anyway, Bella folds laundry and thinks about Edward. Then she takes some cold medicine and goes to sleep, and she thinks her
And twitches.
she does
She
twitch.
twitches. I found that part amusing. She takes a bunch of cold medicine and just lays on her bed twitching until she falls asleep.
Yep. And then she says she slept well thanks to her gratuitous drug use, which just gave us a chuckle. We were like, oh, I just did not expect that to be in a book for teenagers by Stephanie Meyer.
Of this caliber by Stephanie Meyer, and in reference to cold medicine.
Yeah.
Like, and she is like, I can't sleep. I'm gonna take this cold medicine. That is a bit gratuitous, Stephanie.
Yeah, I just did not expect it in this type of book. And I've read this book before, and obviously it just went over my head, but I was like, oh, okay.
Oh man.
So then after she gets up and sleeps well, thanks to her gratuitous drug use, Edward
Mm.
picks her up to go on a 5-mile hike. And
Oh, in the forest. Yeah, she's very upset about that. I would be too. I genuinely would be. I would be like, this is not what I signed up for.
yeah, I would too. I'm not trying to go on no 5-mile hike by surprise.
Literally no. And she said it was warm and muggy. That reminds me too much of fucking Florida weather, and I ain't not about it.
No,
Nah,
it's the worst time to go on a hike.
agreed.
So then they talk some more in the car, and Edward asks if Forks makes Bella suicidal 'cause she's asking weird, which I was just like, whoa, so we're like taking drugs and we're suicidal, like all the last like 2 paragraphs.
I
All
think
right.
that like he asked her if she's suicidal, if Forks makes her suicidal because she like she won't tell anybody that she's like with him. So he's like, if I kill you, there won't be like any like trail back to me. But Bella is like too self-sacrificing, right? So she's like, I don't want if you kill me, Edward, I don't want my death to cause you problems.
Holy shit, yeah. So Bella is worried about hiking, and they hike for several hours in like the gross mugginess, and Bella's
Ugh.
probably kind of getting pissed, even though she would never ever say so.
Probably they're
Uh,
both getting sweaty. Well, he's
um,
not getting sweaty, but she's getting sweaty.
yeah, and they come to the meadow. I'm just gonna call it the meadow. We know what it is. We're here. It's famous.
The meadow! The meadow. We're at the meadow.
The chapter ends with Edward stepping into the sun.
That is all she wrote. Honestly, that's all you need.
That's all you need. But we can end the book right here, guys. Everybody pack it up. Go home.
Right? Go home. Like before the vampires get truly desecrated, go home.
The first time I read this book, I think the next chapter is where I stopped. I just never finished it that first time. I guess I had enough. I was like, I did it.
Yeah, you got to the sparkly vampires and you were like, gosh dang it, you're taking all the fun out of this.
I was like, oh, that was it. This is what everyone's freaking out about. All right, that's enough.
Well, I'm glad that we came back to it later in life and so that you could truly appreciate the fucking horrific phantasm that is Twilight with me.
I feel enlightened.
Chapter 13.
Confessions. So the chapter opens, and we have our first scene of Edward sparkling in the sunlight.
Oh my god, the sparkling begins. This is the impetus of all of it. I think she says that his skin like shimmers like it's got like hundreds of facets like a diamond. I just sparkly vampires. Honestly, I do kind of love it as a concept now that it's like in the zeitgeist, but it really does take like all the freaking fun out of vampires, just like entirely. And also like
She could have made it in addition to instead of.
I agree, but like I think the traditional, I guess maybe she like didn't want to have them like get immolated in the sunlight the way vampires do in like traditional vampire media, but I don't know, it's just lame. Like it's just lame. Personal opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of people share your sentiment. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of people out there who are like, oh my God, I can't believe she said she doesn't like the sparkly vampires.
Probably not. I don't think that's an unpopular opinion.
No, no, not at all. So then Bella tries to touch Edward and he like freaks the fuck out. And oh, yeah, he says he's only human as a pun, basically.
I thought that was funny, but also his like just the way his emotions like switch in this chapter is like crazy. Like he's like back and forth.
Yeah, Edward is like the textbook definition of an abuser. It's like, oh, I'm gonna freak out, make you think it's your fault, and then be like, whoopsie, sorry, you know I didn't mean it though.
I'm so sorry. I love you so much. Like I'm like I would never do anything to hurt you.
And as he's doing this, Bella thinks he's, and I quote, never been less human or more beautiful.
I agree with Bella as somebody who also enjoys the not so human boys.
Hmm.
I can see where Bella's coming from here.
And he says he can't control himself, but it's all right because he's not thirsty right now. So he's not gonna kill her yet.
So many squirrels, guys. He ate so many squirrels. Like he's fine.
Wonder how much blood is in a squirrel. Feel like not much.
I think that I think he talks about him and Alice like going like in Midnight Sun. It like they go to like a park and just hunt like a jillion squirrels. They like decimate the local
Oh
small
my god,
wildlife
they are
population.
terrible for the environment, just like letting your cat outside.
Oh my god, vegetarian vampires as bad for a local ecosystem as cats are.
Wait, we need to start a campaign about this. The people need to know. They're destroying the environment.
Oh my god. That's good. That should go on a shirt. We
It
should put
should.
that on a shirt.
All right, we're doing shirt unboxing. It's coming, guys.
Yeah.
So you wanted me to put a note here to bring up the fact that Stephanie Meyer made Edward a virgin.
Oh yeah, I just like you can really start to like tell in this chapter because he kind of like says it at a certain point, but it's just like so interesting to me, and it's like it honestly, I was like thinking about this like quite a lot actually. Stephanie Meyer like essentially wrote Edward as like a Jane Austen character from the turn of the 20th century, like the way he talks and like the way he's like, oh, like I'm a virgin, like I'm like saving myself. Well, I don't know. He doesn't, but he. It's like I've never been interested in anybody before you. Like I've just been asexual this entire like as a 17-year-old boy for over 100 years. Okay. All right. That's all I have to say. I just think it's interesting. And it's like it's definitely a subversion of the usual vampire tropes, which is at least interesting, but once again just lame.
I guess probably her ideal man would be a virgin if she's Mormon, so she probably was like, "Oh, this is my ideal, so let's put
Yeah,
that in there."
Stephanie obviously from this whole book, Stephanie really wants to date like a turn of the 20th century gentleman. That's essentially what Edward is.
She could have just wrote this in the olden days.
But then she wouldn't. I think she also likes vampires, which
True.
like I don't blame her. There's like a lot of shit in here that's like really kind of like gleaned from like so many other like fictional vampire stories. Like there's little bits of like Buffy in here even.
Oh, interesting. I haven't
Yeah,
seen Buffy, so need you to point these things out for me.
Buffy, yes, is my favorite show. I would be happy to like to illuminate. the parallels that I see. But yeah, I just like it's just like honestly, she essentially vampirized the vampire genre. Like she just sucked all the fun and joy and sex out of it.
Can't have any of that.
That would be too far in our like blood sucking creatures of the night, you know?
Yeah, yeah, that would just be too far.
Okay, that's just something that really interests me. Complete side tangent.
No problem. Okay, so then Edward talks about people preferring different flavors and basically compares different blood types or like scents or whatever to like vanilla and strawberry and stuff. So, yep, we're food guys.
Like, some people prefer chocolate, some people prefer strawberry. Like everyone is slightly different. Like I just like I really it just I do appreciate like the little bits of just like the frank discussion of just like
Did he ever say what it's based on? Like, is it based on blood type or diet or like,
no, it's just I think it's just like one of those things. It's like every little special snowflake has a different smell, just like we're all individuals. Like
I see. All right, so then they discuss for a good while Edward's continuous restraint from killing her, and they just reminisce on like how he tried to avoid her by like leaving school and like how,
how many times he's not killed her. Like
yup, it's like how he had to read Jessica's mind because poor baby can't read a single, like one singular person's mind, and that's bothering him.
you know, like immensely.
Yeah, they discuss this at length. Like, it's actually quite a long conversation they have where it's basically just boiled down to like, look how good I'm doing at not murdering you. Yay.
Yay! Yay for Edward. Eddie's doing great.
Another classic line, just want to point this out. And so the lion fell in love with the lamb.
Oh gosh, I really like that line. And then Bella's like, "What a stupid lamb." And then Edward agrees with her that she is stupid.
Can any of us disagree at this point?
No, no.
So Edward grabs Bella's hand at one point and actually moves it to touch his face, which is just interesting because she tried to touch him earlier and he like ripped a tree in half. But I guess he like wanted her to do it now, and Bella's so happy. She's like, "I dreamed of this. This is great." And then Edward's like, "Climb on my back," and she asks if he's gonna turn into a bat, which just made me laugh.
That part made me laugh a lot too. I honestly I miss the bat like transformation. I think that's a great little bit of vampire lore.
That would have been kind of funny because Jacob can actually turn into a
Turn
wolf.
into a
So
wolf, right? Like they should be able to turn into something. And this is where like the classic line in the movie is "Hold on tight, spider monkey." Like my favorite line.
I did get disoriented at one point. I was like, when are they gonna climb up the tree? And Nicole's like, no, no, sweetie, like that's not happening.
Oh,
We should watch the movie at some point. That would be
we absolutely should. Movie review.
movie review coming soon. All right, so Bella climbs on Edward's back where he proceeds to run like an anime character, which I made the connection. We were talking earlier. You know how like Inuyasha, because you made this connection that he was running like Inuyasha or Shishomaru. When they sniff around, they're like, "Oh, I recognize so and so's scent."
You that was an uncanny invitation.
There's something there. There's something there. That should be a fan fiction like crossover.
I agree. I agree with you 500,000%. And I just like am really impressed by your imitation of Inuyasha just then.
Thank you.
But we shall move on because this is not an Inuyasha podcast
No, no, I will calm down for now.
for now.
All right, and our final thing, one of the last things that happens is they finally kiss, and after they kiss, who was it? I think it's Bella. She says, "Oops."
Bella says, "Oops," yeah, because like Edward, like so very gently and gentlemanly, gives her just the slightest touch of lips, like lip to lip contact, and Bella loses her fucking mind and like tries to like mouth fuck him. So I mean, I don't disagree with Bella. I would do the same thing, but
Yeah, go for it, girl.
yeah, I'm like, get it, like please. Like this boy has been a virgin for 107 years.
Maybe that's why he pulled away. He was like, "Oh God, when was the last time I kissed somebody?"
Never, never. I don't think he's ever kissed anybody. I don't think. Man, This honestly, this chapter just makes me want to read Midnight Sun, which is awful because it's
It's so long, but we might have to.
fucking masochistic of me to want to read that book again.
If we're gonna go into the Twilight extended universe, though, like, we're probably gonna have to.
Oh, we will do it. We
We're
will
gonna
do
have to
it.
take turns locking each other in a room and, like, forcing each other to listen to it.
Oh my god. Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. And I just love the little glimpses. Like the WD-40 is one of my favorite things in the
Oh my
entire
god, it's
world.
so funny. That's one of my favorite scenes in the whole thing. It's probably the only good thing about Midnight Sun. This was the chapter in Midnight Sun when we tried to read it where we couldn't do it anymore. It's like a 2-hour chapter, and Edward's thoughts are down to like a micro millisecond, and that's all I'll say about it because
Oh my god, no, I did forget to make a comment, like, back when we were talking about Edward ripping the tree in half, is, like, in Midnight Sun, that's him having, like, a fucking, like, 14-page fucking tantrum in his head, like like, all in the split second it takes him to run to the tree. It's, like, literally never ending. It's one of the worst things.
yeah, it's so much. It just goes on and on. I think that just no one was I think they were scared to tell her that she needed to calm down and cut some stuff out.
No, she had made too much money. She had made too much money. They were never gonna tell her to edit.
Nope. She was like, "It's done." They were like, "Are you sure?" And she was like, "Yep."
This is exactly how I want it. Oh, this is honestly Midnight Sun is proof to me that like Twilight started as like Stephanie Meyer's like personal masturbation material. Um, but that is all. Okay, that was a tangent.
No worries. Well, we won't be able to make any more Midnight Sun comparisons after this, I don't think, because we haven't read that far in that
No,
book.
that's true. We did only get about to here.
Yep. Yep. I don't even think we finished the chapter. I think we were
No,
like, we could just not do this. Like, we don't have to do this,
we don't have to torture ourselves.
but we
Yeah.
might have to for the people.
You know what? If we're making content about it, if it's for the people, I will do it. If it's for you guys, I promise
We'll
we
do
will
this
do it.
for you.
We'll have to like get to probably like a certain number of likes on something first. TBD. Chapter 14.
Mind over matter. Edward and Bella are in the car. They're coming back from the meadow. They're listening to music, and Edward says he only likes 50s music, I guess. Says it's better than like 60s and 70s, which is like weird take.
Weird take, bad opinion, but like, okay, go off. I mean, not that music was bad in the 50s. 50s music is good, but
He did say 80s music was okay, so.
okay, that is a correct opinion. But like, taking out the 60s and 70s, just incorrect opinion, if you ask.
I agree. And so Edward starts talking a little bit about his past and his family's past. So he's talking about how Carlisle saved him when his family died from Spanish influenza. And then he's talking about how kind of their family came together. And the backstories for me was a little dry.
Oh my gosh. I feel like you don't really get a backstory about anybody. You kind of get like a lot of hero worship of Carlisle. Like Edward's like, I don't think you would find his equal like throughout all of history and like big take, man. And I mean, I get it. Carlisle is pretty great. And also he's like very compassionate and that's his like vampire superpower or something. But you don't really find out anything about anybody. He's just like, Esme fell off a cliff and they brought her to the hospital.
Literally her backstory. And like that was it. I was like, that was the best you could come up with that she fell off a cliff.
Yeah.
Really? Rosalie saved Emmett from being eaten by a bear, which is crazy, and she apparently carried him 100 miles, like, as a human. Like, I don't believe you.
Yeah, and she carried him to Carlisle because Carlisle is like the only one of us who can like change somebody without draining them. But like somehow she did it. And like, I don't know. Like, I mean, I love Carlisle. Carlisle is my like sleeper favorite character, but man, it's obviously not that hard.
Yeah, I agree. I do like Carlisle, but I thought him telling the backstories was a little dry. I thought maybe I don't know, it could have been a little more in depth or maybe had those stories come out over time instead of just being like, here is a laundry list of every member in my family and kind of vaguely how they almost died and now they're alive.
Yeah, and then, like, Alice and he talks about Alice and Jasper as well, and, like, they're both, like, special snowflakes who, like, found Carlisle and Esme, but they both have powers, which is, like, what I don't get, like, the distribution of powers in the vampires, like, I think Edward says in this chapter that not all vampires have powers, but all of them do, except for Emmett, unless his power is muscles.
Some of their powers kind of suck though. Like one of them was just like love.
Oh, yeah, Esme's power was just, like Esme. She's like, she can love compassionately or, like, powerfully or
That's a
something.
terrible superpower. I'm sorry. I'm not a super vampire person, but I can still love. I don't
Yeah,
know. That's a terrible superpower. Congratulations, you can do something like every fucking person on the planet can do.
yeah, and then, like, Rosalie, I guess his power is prettiness?
Again, a terrible power.
Again, a terrible power. Alice has a cool power. Alice can see the future.
Edward's power is pretty cool too. I
No,
think
Edward's got the best one for sure out of all of them.
yeah, they actually have like unique things though that like a human can't do. I think I did shit on Edward's power earlier, but I think that's because I didn't like how like Bella was written out of his power. I kind of think it would have been interesting if she had to write around the fact that he can read Bella's thoughts and she like can't hide from him.
Yeah, and then finally we have Jasper. I think we've touched on everybody. Jasper's power is supposedly like the most subtle and like interesting, but Jasper can like influence people's emotions, which is actually like if you sit down and actually think about it, like a super fucking OP power.
I do like that one, and based on what you've said before, that's probably the most vampire-y of them.
Yeah, that is pretty vampire-y. And it also is pretty vampire-y. And Jasper is, like, definitely the most like, I don't know. I like Jasper's character.
Yeah, I like him too. So after we get bombarded with facts about Edward's family,
Many facts. Like, it's like you both get bombarded by the facts, but also
I just don't like the way they were delivered. Like it's like, you know how when there's a character description and they just are like, she had brown hair and blue eyes and she wore a jacket and sneakers and like da. That's kind of how I felt. Where it's like I don't not want to know what the character looks like and like her style, but at the same time, I don't necessarily need it as like a bullet pointed list all right now.
that is a really good point. Yeah. And but I feel like that's very like Stephanie Meyer.
That is fair. I'm pretty sure we had a clothing description in like paragraph 1 or something, if I'm remembering correctly. So I don't know what I expected when I came here. Um, so Edward and Bella get back to her house where they talk, and Edward sits in Charlie's chair and casually mentions to Bella that he's been sneaking into the house and is
Okay.
literally just like, please don't be mad.
I literally okay, so, like, I know that this, like, is an opinion that a lot of people have pointed out, but that is just, like, so over the line. Like, and then
And
he's just like,
literally,
"Please," like, grabs her hand, is like, "Please don't be mad at me," and I'm just like, the fucking manipulation. Like, who's not gonna be mad about that? Like, that's insane. And then Bella's like, "Not, though."
yeah, she's like, well, it depends. I don't know if I'm mad. And I'm like, what? What do you mean?
What do you actually mean? He's been oiling your windows, Bella.
She doesn't know about the window oiling yet.
No,
That might be too far.
you've been doing home maintenance.
Oh my god. Yeah, I had to stop at that part. I was like, wow, she ain't even mad that he's just coming into the room and like he's talking about how he's watching her sleep and she doesn't even care. She's just like, "Oh, I might be mad, but I guess I'm not."
She's like, I might be mad depending on what you heard. But then, like, he heard the thing that she didn't want him to hear. And then she's just like, oh, but you're in love with me, so it's fine.
And
I
then
just,
she's not even mad about him coming in. She's just upset that like he like may have heard her talking in her sleep. She's not focused at all about the fact that he came into her house.
that's a valid point. on the fact that he actually came into her house. And like it doesn't seem to be a part of this one that vampires have to be invited in.
I guess not. I guess. God damn it. Oh my god, this fucking book.
Oh, okay. We must move on.
Yes, we must. We must. Okay, so Charlie gets home. Edward runs up to Bella's room. Charlie is casually like, Bella, don't you have a boyfriend yet? What about Mike Newton? And Bella's like,
What about that Mike boy?
it's so weird. I feel like Charlie regularly is like, why aren't you going to the dance? Why don't you have a boyfriend? Why is Charlie like the only dad in the world that wants his daughter to date and then brings it up all the time? It's
Like
very
brings it up
strange.
continuously. Man, like well, you know how my dad reacted the first time I told him I was going on a date?
Oh god, I don't. I don't remember.
Isn't that a little drastic? That's what he said to me.
I'm so what? 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 What?
It's like,
As
yeah,
opposed to what? Like drastic in what way?
I don't know. Just probably just like existing as his daughter.
Okay.
My dad's fucking weird, man. I love him, but man, is he weird.
Well, Charlie does not share that sentiment. He wants his daughter to date someone as soon as possible.
Charlie wants his daughter to date Mike, apparently. Probably because of that sports goods store money.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's trying to marry her into some sporting goods money. So then, at some point, Bella goes upstairs, and her dad thinks she's sneaking out, so she showers and like goes downstairs in her pajamas. Yeah,
Ugly pajamas, really ugly pajamas. Like she's in like a holy t-shirt and sweatpants, and I'm like, girl, don't you have some shorts?
yeah.
Like,
Why do you still have that shirt with those holes in them? I know you can afford another shirt. I know you own another one.
or just like, man, do the like classic and put on the holy t-shirt, but then no pants.
There you go. Well, somehow she thinks that like the pajamas are going to convince her dad that she's not sneaking out, which I was just like, you could literally just like change your clothes in like 1 second, but whatever, it's fine. I'm not going to focus on that. So she goes back upstairs with Edward, where they discuss more about how hard it is for Edward to be with Bella, and they talk a little bit more about how he watched her sleep. And he says he never imagined wanting to be with someone, apparently. We also discussed that Edward has a lot of like deep vampire-y thoughts that like aren't actually that deep.
No, yeah, I feel like I've been like bringing up Anne Rice a lot just because she's kind of like the seminal work on vampires. You know what I mean? And she like I feel like these vampires are essentially just the Anne Rice vampires, but like she just wanted to make them completely like make them adhere completely to like her Mormon Christian moral code, which honestly just takes most of the fun out of the vampires. Just from somebody who loves vampires, it just takes all of the like the fun out of it.
Yeah, I feel like she like took away like the emotional depth that could have been there and instead replaced the moral grayness with like, but I might kill Bella. And like
Yeah,
that's it. Like that's his whole personality and there's like not actually anything deeper than like him just being like, trust me, I'm dangerous.
I'm definitely dangerous. Like you could die. Yeah.
So as they're talking, Bella asks where vampires came from, and they sort of not so subtly allude to the fact that like maybe God created vampires.
I thought that was funny.
It was
That's all.
funny.
I just thought it was
Yeah,
funny.
we just had to throw that in there. And then Bella also casually asks Edward if they can get married, which is not how it went down exactly, but
No, I mean kind of though. She's like I think she's using that to allude to like could we bang? Which I just think is really funny because like why bring up marriage instead of just being like could we bang?
yeah, but she's asking the context was she was asking about because who got married a couple of times.
Emmett and Rosalie.
Oh yeah, yeah. They've been married a couple times, and she asked if it was like normal. But I don't know. If I asked a guy I was not even really dating yet if we could get married, who I know for like 3 weeks, I'd be kind of embarrassed.
Agreed.
And Edward's like, "No, bitch, we can't get married because I might kill you by accident one day." And then he sings to her,
Yeah.
and that was our chapter.
Interesting into the chapter, but like here for it. We're getting into it now, guys. This is the juicy stuff.
I can tell we're getting into it because I feel like we've been a little bit more passionate these last couple chapters.
Oh yeah, for sure. It starts out very boring. I feel like that's universally known. Chapter 15.
The Cullens. The chapter starts with Bella waking up and Edward's still there, and Bella's super happy.
Oh my god, she is like ecstatic. She like launches herself across the room at him. I thought that was kind of funny.
I like kind of relate though, because when you're like a teenager, you don't really get to do stuff like that. So it's probably like a huge deal to her that they can spend that time together.
That he's like still there in the morning. Yeah. No, I agree. But
It was very funny. She was very ecstatic. But then she realizes his clothes are different, and she's like, oh, "You left." No.
you left and then she's like, "Oh my god, I have morning breath. I have to go brush my teeth."
And then Edward said, "What would the neighbors think if he came out in the same clothes?" Which, like, I'm not paying that close of attention to my neighbors, but maybe he just wants to feel fresh. Then they talk about how she's talking to her sleep again, and she was talking about how she loves Edward while she was sleeping. And Edward says, "You are my life now." And I'm pretty sure they've known each other for not even a month at this point.
Like months. I think it's been a couple months, like, because there's been like some weeks, like in the middle of like them going to school and stuff.
Well, I think the whole book takes place over 3 months.
Is it really?
Or am I getting it confused with 50 Shades?
I think maybe that's the first 50 Shades book.
I want to say the whole 50 Shades book takes place over a month though. I think
One
this
month.
one is like 3 months.
You might be right. I need to look up a timeline.
Well, regardless, it hasn't been that long, but they love each other is being confirmed.
Yeah, and I feel like that was kind of like a convenient like way for Stephanie to write like their initial like love confession, right? Like cuz they didn't have to make it she didn't have to agonize about it. He's just like, "Well, you said you love me in your sleep." And then I don't know. It's just like I felt like it was kind of like cheap because usually that's like something that like in your first relationship you're like, "Oh, but like when do I like say it?" And it's been like a matter of days and she's just like, "Well, I'm just going to have Bella say it in her sleep." So now it's just like out
You know what my boyfriend says to me in my sleep? He's like, "Why
there.
aren't He's like, "Why aren't you going mid? What are you doing?"
What does that even mean?
Like in League of Legends, like there's different positions. Like
I'm not a League player. I did not know what that reference was, but that is really funny.
I'm sorry, I assumed you would know, but I just if there's like some subliminal messaging about what our partners are saying to us in our sleep, maybe I'm not playing I don't play League, but I'm obviously not doing a good job.
My partner says like the most random things. Like we'll just wake up and be like, "Oh, the car needs to go over there," or like something.
See, subliminal messaging, there's hidden meaning in there. So then after they do their little love confession, Edward throws Bella over his shoulder to go downstairs because he is a gentleman. And then they're having breakfast, and he's like, "What would you say to meeting my family?" And assures her that the family already knows about their whole situation, so it's not going to be that weird. And he's getting impatient about Charlie. He's like, "Are you going to tell Charlie that I'm your boyfriend or no? What's going on?"
And Bella's like, "Oh my god," just horrified eating cereal. Like, doesn't she say like the idea of the word boyfriend and Charlie and Edward all in the same conversation like made her feel ill? Like,
I get that though. Like I'm on Bella's side with that one because I'm not trying to tell my parents about
no, yeah,
my love life when I'm a teenager. Now they know.
absolutely,
But it's a
absolutely.
teenager. Like I don't think so.
Not sharing. But Edward is like too gentlemanly. He's like, "No, like your father has to know about me and like you're going to come meet my father." But I feel like I don't know, it's just kind of like goes to his like old sensibilities. Like I feel like that's very old fashioned of him.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess she's keeping him in character, so I'll give her that. So then when he said, "Y'all meet my family," he meant right now. They're in the car, they're going over there, and then she goes in the door and she sees Charlie and Esme and Alice and Jasper.
Oh no, she sees Carlisle.
Oh, Carlisle. I don't know why I said Charlie. My bad. Oh,
Because Carlisle and Charlie are meant to be. That's why.
There we go. There we go. Oh my god, please. She walks in and they're both there. Please.
Crack fic. I smell a crack fic.
Please. I will read the shit out of that.
But yeah, no, I think she sees like Carlisle and Esme standing there and they're like trying to be really like nice about her and not like scare her. And then Alice like shows up and Alice like runs at her really fast and like Carlisle like gives her a look like you shouldn't like show your powers like that. But Alice like fucking loves Bella because she has seen in the future that Bella is going to be her best friend. But I guess we don't know that.
Well, maybe that's the real ship.
Alice and Bella?
Yeah.
Oh my god, yes. Alice and Bella is the true ship, like, of all time.
So then there's a piano in there, and Bella's reminiscing about how her mom used to poorly play the piano, and she didn't know that Edward plays piano, so he plays for her and is like, "Yep, I wrote this music." And she said it was hard to believe that only one set of hands played. So not only can he play, he's like the best at it ever because he's got fast vampire hands.
He's got fast vampire hands, I guess he's had a long time to practice, but, like, also it's
That's a
just
good
like
point.
I think even Bella points out, she's like, "Oh, I guess Edward really can, like, do everything." And it's like, "Yeah,
He's perfect,
he's perfect." Exactly.
except for the whole gaslighty manipulation thing. But don't worry about that.
Don't worry about that at all.
Yeah, just look the other way. So then they're talking, and Edward mentions that Rosalie's jealous of Bella because she's human, and that Rosalie also wishes she was human. He casually mentions that visitors are coming soon, doesn't really elaborate, but we all know what's going to happen.
What does he say in that part? I thought it was really funny. He's like, "I didn't want you to think that I'm naturally a tyrant."
Oh, yeah. But he kind of is, though.
He kind of is though. Like I'm like, you are naturally a tyrant, Edward. Like you gotta
Yeah.
calm down.
Well, he has at least a justification for it for the next few days.
Exactly. Like the random vampires are coming and they're like curious. I guess I don't know. He says they're curious about their way of life. So does that mean that like other vampires are like I don't know, are they like the celebrities of the vampire world?
Maybe since there's not a lot of vampires, maybe they all kind of just have adapted to whatever area they're in and just sort of do whatever they've always done. So they're probably not doing a lot of communicating and like sharing
Oh, yeah.
best practices of living in the human world. I don't know.
Yeah.
So Bella's crying. I don't remember why, but Edward eats one of her tears.
Bella's crying because the music is so beautiful. The music that Edward wrote for her is so beautiful that it brings her to tears. And then you are right though. Then he like eats one of her tears and it's very creepy.
I know you can't see the look on my face, but just imagine like the green nauseous emoji.
Just like not great. Not great.
I have nothing to say to that other than just acknowledging that that was very strange. So then they get not they because Edward lives there, but Bella gets a house tour. And she's like, "There's no coffins," and he's like, "No," and we're sad about that because we want some vampire shit.
Man, I like Bella was all like anxious, like, oh no coffin, like with anxiety. And like I'm would say that with like sadness. Like, man, their house is so boring. There's nothing cool in there except for like Carlisle's antiques. That's it.
Yeah, it would have been. I don't know. I guess she probably wanted to make it like, oh, but he's like perfect and not too like cartoony vampire-ish. But
I mean, but like it doesn't
we
need to
love
be
a coffin.
pretty, but like we love a coffin. We love like some dark wood and stuff. I mean, I guess it's just taste, right? And no none of the taste in this book aligns with my own. I think that the outfit Bella is wearing is like a khaki skirt with like a blue top and like gag, if you ask me. But it's just my opinion.
Yeah, I think she just wanted to make him very like handsome, rich guy that like every woman wants, basically. Like she didn't want to make him like too vampire-y. She just wanted him to be a little dangerous and mysterious.
That's the fun part though.
It is, it really is. So then we get some backstory about Carlisle and how like he had to help hunt vampires back in the day because that was like something his family was doing.
Because his father was like a vicar at like a church that he so they're like were hunting like witches and stuff. And most of I think like Edward says like Carlisle was like better at it than his family. So he found some like actual vampires. Like most of his family had just been like accusing regular like people of being witches and like drowning them.
Yeah, but it said he was kind of reluctant to like pick random people, so I guess he had special eyes. He was actually looking instead of
Yeah,
just killing random people. And then one day he
because
gets
Carlisle is so good.
he is, and that's I guess goes into his vampireness and is amplified after he gets attacked by a vampire and hides in rotting potatoes for 3 days to escape his
Transformation.
family, village, that whole thing. I guess. Well, didn't want to get killed. I guess. Like,
Yeah.
he knew they were gonna burn him alive, so he hid in potatoes.
I thought that was really funny.
I liked this full backstory better than the backstory we got about the rest of the family. Like, this is kinda how I felt maybe we shoulda got more of it, where it's like, this kinda came up naturally. We actually got a full backstory, and it wasn't just like, yeah, once he got bit by a vampire and that's it, basically. It wasn't just like a little one-liner. Yeah, I was interested in this, so I liked the way they did the backstory here. I'm gonna give give 'em to that.
I would have liked like more like to expand on this and like Carlisle's past, but doesn't happen in this book at least. So
Yeah, yeah, that's true. And I feel like we don't necessarily need to get the whole thing right now. I just appreciated that it was like a little bit more thought out than just like, oh, and then like this one bitch fell off a cliff.
chapter 16.
Carlisle. So the backstory continues of Carlisle, and they just talk about how he, after becoming a vampire, becomes a wanderer for a few months and like leaves his family and where he lived because he doesn't want to kill anybody. So he's just wandering around, starving, and finally he like loses it and eats a deer, and he's like, "That was pretty all right. I think
That's like the start of the whole thing. I love Carlisle's backstory, actually. He's the only one that we get a lot of backstory for.
that's probably why it's easier to like him
Yeah,
because you actually do get that nice fleshed out backstory."
yeah, and he's like, and but Carlisle is just so good. Like that's Carlisle's main trait is he's just the goodest boy of all the boys. He's like, doesn't Edward say that he basically was like born into a vampire with his morality intact. So he's essentially like Angel when he gets his soul back. Honestly, like I don't really get the Angel vibes as much off of Carlisle though as off of Edward.
That makes sense because people love Angel, don't they? So it's probably projected onto Edward more because, she wants people to love Edward.
Oh my gosh.
He continues his story, casually mentions that Carlisle swam to France, and also casually mentions that vampires don't need to breathe. And Bella's like, wait, what? And Edward's like, shut up, I'm telling a story. So,
Yeah.
so then he talks more about how Carlisle goes where? To Italy?
Yeah, to Italy, and that's where he, like, finally meets the Volturi, who will at some point become important. I don't even think that their name, though, it's just, like, more refined vampires that, like, live in an actual society instead of, like, just the wraiths that lived in the London sewers that, like, turned Carlisle.
Yes, yes. So he stays there and he simultaneously studies medicine and he trains himself basically to be immune to the scent of human blood so it just doesn't bother him anymore. Which I kind of like that they addressed that because I'm sure that we mentioned at some point, like, how the heck is he in a hospital all the time? That must be horrible for him. But I guess he just has God like,
Morality power.
yep,
Like Carlisle was is just the most moral of all people, and so apparently the human blood doesn't even bother him anymore. And he must be like the best surgeon ever, honestly.
yeah, yeah, he probably is. He's had like 300 some years of practice at this point. So,
Studying medicine since it wasn't even medicine.
yeah, what was medical school like back then? I remember looking up for D&D, like what was medical school like in the 1800s, and it was only like 3 years long or something like that. So it's definitely,
Medical school in the 1800 was essentially just like rich kids showing up and them like poking at like a dead body that was definitely like a convict,
and then they were probably like, all right, do you want me to cut it off or do opium about it?
basically.
So then, that's literally just my old Call of Cthulhu character. So anyway, then um, he decides that he wants to make his own clan basically because he's just living by himself, but he doesn't want to like harm anyone, obviously. So he finds Edward like after his parents died.
Of the Spanish influenza.
Yep, and then Edward was also going to die. So Charlie, not Charlie, I keep calling him Charlie. I think it's just because they both have C names, and I don't know, they're spelled. They got a lot of the same letters. Okay, just leave me alone. So yeah, so that's why he picks Edward because he wanted to pick someone whose life wasn't going to be ruined.
And Edward was like on the brink of death. So Carlisle turns him. Edward doesn't really say much about the actual like turning process.
No, he didn't really talk about that. But then he talks about how when he gets a little older, he like starts rebelling and he wants to go like be on his own and he leaves the Cullens and he decides he's like gonna have a little bit of morality. He's like, I'm just gonna kill evil people. He's got like some Death Note light mentality going on.
The Death Note light mentality for sure, but like this is when I was really getting Angel vibes. Like in this moment, I'm like, oh, like this is essentially just Angel when he gets like when he's Angel and has his soul and not Angelus without his soul. It's a whole thing. Buffy heads will know.
Yeah, I unfortunately don't know anything about Buffy, but we have discussed maybe venturing into that at some point.
Oh my god, you'd love it. Buffy is so good. Like
I don't doubt it. I think it would be fun. It's vampire related. We could talk about it. I'm sure it would be a good time. But as of now, we only have one Buffy expert. You'll always be the Buffy expert. I can never get on your level.
Thank you. I will take that crown.
So after he's out killing people for a while, he's like, maybe I am a terrible person. And then he goes back to the Cullens where they're like, it's okay. You can come back.
The monster is me. Yeah, I think like they welcome him back with open arms, Edward
Yeah.
says.
Yeah. So they're like, it's okay. You got it out of your system. Just come back. Reminder that they're still just like sitting in a room and
They're in
talking.
Carlisle's office in
Yeah.
the house. Carlisle's office, by the way, is decorated a little bit better. I think she said that it looks like a college dean like office would look with more books than she had ever seen, and like I do approve of that style choice.
Yeah. It's a little bit less like generic, I think. It shows a little bit of his personal style, which I like.
I like, and I love the books. So many books. Oh my
Oh,
god.
yeah. We love a library.
I bet it smells great in there.
Oh, okay. So then Alice and Jasper come in, and Alice says, "We came to see if you were having Bella for lunch and wanted to know if you would share." Which,
Oh my god, I love that.
yes, the Alice and Bella ship is so real at this point.
Alice is my favorite character. Like she's just the most fun by far. It's like that little quote, and then I think in the previous chapter when she meets Bella, she says, "Oh, you do smell good. I hadn't noticed before." I'm just like, what?
I feel like there's some flirting going on. Maybe I'm imagining it, but I'm gonna pretend it's there.
I don't know. I think so for sure. And Alice is so cute. Alice is like the my favorite one of the vampires by far.
Yeah, I love her. I think everyone loves Alice.
I
I'm
don't think it's an unpopular opinion. Yeah.
No, no. Before when she had not like said that much yet, I was like, I kind of don't really remember how I feel. Like, I don't feel anything yet. But now I'm really like starting to vibe.
Oh yeah. You're like, oh right. Yes, Alice is the best one of all of you.
Yes, I remember now. And then Jasper asks about playing baseball, and Bella's like, "Y'all play baseball?" And Edward's like, "Yeah, it's the American pastime." And
I think that's so like of all the things. Okay, fine.
does Stephanie Meyer like baseball?
I have no idea.
Like,
She
I wonder
must,
if this came
right?
from somewhere, but, like, maybe does she like any sports? Like, I don't know, I have no clue. I'm just wondering if this, like, came from something she had, like, an actual affinity for, or if she just, like, thought it would be funny if the vampires played
Play
baseball.
baseball. I mean, vampire baseball is like a great concept, great meme. Like I do appreciate it being in the world now.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I'm definitely not complaining about it. I think it's funny. I love all the merch people make of, like, Cullen baseball team stuff,
Vampire baseball.
yeah.
Vampire baseball. Chapter 17.
The game. Edward and Bella leave Edward. They go back to Bella's where they meet up, not meet up with on purpose, but see Billy and Jacob who have fish fry.
They're like waiting. Billy and Jacob are like waiting in the rain.
Yeah, that's why I was like they meet up, but then I was like I feel like that's a little bit misleading because that sounds like it's on purpose.
That they were on purpose. Yeah, Edward was like, this is bad. This is gonna complicate things. And Bella's like,
Yeah.
let deal with them. Like
Randomly, seemingly, Billy's like, "Oh, go get like a photo." I don't remember which sister it was of your sister
Rebecca.
Jacob out of the car. Yes, Rebecca, thank you. And then they go in the house and Billy confronts Bella about or just Bella and Billy go in the house. And Billy confronts Bella about spending time with one of the Cullens. And Bella's like, "Well, that's not your business."
Mind your business, old man, basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cause like I think he says like she says something about the treaty and he's like, oh, you're very informed about the Cullens. And she's like, maybe better informed than you, Billy.
Yeah, she told him. She was like, "Leave me alone." So they Jacob comes in the house. He's like, "I couldn't find anything." So it becomes very obvious that Billy was just trying to distract him. And then Jacob is sad because they're leaving. And then Jessica calls pretty much instantly to talk about the dance with Bella where she kissed Mike. She's very excited.
I'm excited for Jessica, honestly. Like, if she, Mike is the consolation prize in this book, like, she should be happy.
Yeah, yeah, she's excited about it. Maybe Mike can have a girl that actually likes him. So good, good for
Exactly.
you, Mike.
Good for everybody.
So then Jessica asks about Edward, but then Charlie gets home like right then, and Jessica understands that we don't tell parents things. So she's like,
So
"Oh, okay, we'll talk
she's
about
like,
it later."
we'll talk about it tomorrow, Bella. She's literally like, oh, I hear that your dad's there. Like, I'll talk to you in trig. I thought
That's
that was
some shit
funny.
that we would have done back in the day
Yeah,
for
it's
sure.
like the unspoken rule for sure. I mean, we would have had a code word knowing
Oh,
us.
we would have. We would have been like, "Oh, pizza, goodbye." So then Bella reveals to Charlie that Edward had invited her over to meet his parents because they are dating.
Charlie practically has an aneurysm. I think that like it says that exactly that Charlie practically has an aneurysm and is like, "You're dating one of the Cullen boys? I thought none of the boys attracted you. Like the one of them is too old for you." And she's like, "No, it's like the younger one. I'm dating the younger one."
Yeah, he said, "I thought you didn't like any of the boys in town." And she's like, "Well, Edward doesn't live in town."
I thought that was funny. Like that's
That
some
was
like
funny.
teenage obfuscation if I've ever heard it.
Yeah. So then Edward shows up in a Jeep that she is surprised to see him in.
A giant jeep with like I think it says she says that the wheels are like taller than her waist, like Jesus.
Yeah, and they have those like seat belts for like when you're gonna roll your car, or
Yeah, like a roll cage, the whole nine.
Bella had told Charlie like I'm going to play baseball, so he knows actually
Charlie
what's
was
going
also
on.
like, "What the fuck?" Too. He's like, "You're taking her to play baseball?"
Yeah,
Like,
he's like, wow, you must really like him if he's getting you to play sport.
oh, valid,
Mhm.
valid.
So Edward shows up, and I have to quote this, looking like a male model in an advertisement for raincoats.
I thought
It's
that was
just,
fun.
I love that. So Edward promises Charlie that Bella will
Nice
be
and
safe
wet.
with him. He's wet. Um, but I just thought that was interesting because Edward spends so much time convincing Bella that she isn't safe with him. So he goes out of his way to tell Charlie that Bella will be safe, not just like,
Well,
we'll be back soon or anything like that.
it's part of his old-fashioned mannerisms. Like when he like walks in and meets him, he's like, "It's nice to meet you, Chief Swan." Like I don't know. It's like so fucking. I am a good boy.
Yeah, parents must love him. So they go out to the Jeep. Bella's really surprised. We kind of already talked about that. And then she's like, "Oh, we're not running there." And he's like, "Well, we're not running all the way there." And Bella's like, "Wait, what?"
I don't want to do that. She like basically is like fuck. I don't want to run. And like don't blame her. But then like Edward uses his like manipulating gaslight powers on her as
Yep. So then they end up running, where
yeah.
Bella immediately falls off once they get there.
I know, that was funny. Bella falls. Like, I think we lost our fall count.
We did. I should have been writing it down. I'm a bad host, but
Ah.
she did fall. Let it be known.
Edward fucking laughed at her too, which was really funny. Edward like fully breaks out guffawing at her.
It's rare that Edward laughs, so at least
Like
he can enjoy people getting hurt at his expense. So then they go and meet up with the rest of the Cullens, and Esme almost immediately trauma dumps on Bella. I thought this was like pretty like whoa.
yeah, basically like as soon as everybody walks away, like she's like, "Did Edward tell you about me?" like
Yeah, and so then she starts talking about how her baby died and she threw herself off a cliff, and Bella's like, "I thought you fell." And Esme's like, "No."
what a gentleman. Edward of course wouldn't tell you that I tried to commit suicide because he's a gentleman.
I I think that's just basic common courtesy, but go off, I guess.
Yeah.
But I that just really shocked me that Esme just instantly started telling her that. But then they start playing baseball, and Bella begins to understand why they need the thunderstorm because there's just anytime they do anything, it's just like booming, cracking noises.
Yeah, whenever they hit the ball or they like hit each other, it's like sounds like thunder. So they
Hmm.
needed the storm to play.
Yep. And then Bella casually mentions to Edward that she wishes that she could find something that he didn't do better than everyone else on the planet. So it is just canon that Edward is totally perfect at absolutely everything. And then Alice ends up realizing that someone heard them playing, specifically three someones.
Oh, yes, the visitors. The visitors that Edward was warning her about, like, heard
Hmm.
them playing and diverted their course, and now they're on their way, and nobody's very happy about it.
Nope. And then I think it was Carlisle was like, well, let's just keep playing.
Yeah, Carlisle's like, "Well, let's just calmly keep playing, and we'll deal with it diplomatically when they get here," because Carlisle is, like, the goodest boy.
So then they just continue to play like half-heartedly, and Edward apologizes to Bella for putting her in danger, which is interesting because according to him, she's always in danger. But I guess at least he said sorry. He did at least one kind of nice thing. I guess.
It's other danger other than him this time. Chapter 18.
The hunt. The chapter opens with Laurent, Victoria, and James entering the clearing.
They show up. The plot has arrived. Like, here we go. We're like how far into the book now? And like the main event is like just starting.
Yeah, like three-fourths into the book.
It's like just the whispers of starting. like I do love James, Laurent, and Victoria though. Like Laurent, I just love because he's great. But Victoria is awesome. Like I used to love her when I was like younger. The first time I was reading this, I remember that I actually like when I went to the midnight release for the New Moon book. I don't even remember what year it was. Like whatever year that book came out, I don't know. But I actually entered a costume contest as Victoria, and I was like, I thought that I was perfect. I had like red hair at that point, and I put like leaves and shit in it. I was just like, oh my gosh, I look amazing. And then some girl dressed as one of the Volturi one because she just had like a cool goth dress, and I was very
I saw pictures of that outfit. I remember it looking really good, your outfit. I'm sure the other girl looked good too, but they probably just picked whoever like did the most extravagant outfit as opposed to like who was the most accurate.
yeah, because I was like exactly book accurate to Victoria. So I really love her as a character, and like James and Laurent are cool too.
I looked up when the book came out. It was 2006.
Oh my god. Wait, is that when was that when Twilight came out or when New Moon came out?
New Moon came out 2006.
Oh my god, really?
Yep.
I mean, that sounds about right, but Jesus Christ.
Twilight came out in 2005.
Oh my lord.
That's cool that you went to the release though. I wasn't
Yeah,
into Twilight back then, but I kind of wish I had gone just so I could say I went.
I wish I had gone to more of the midnight releases for the Twilight books. I That was a thing that I did religiously every time there was a release of a Harry Potter book back then. and we would just like stay up late in the bookstore, and I would just like read comic books. Those were like a good time.
That does sound fun. I never went to any of the book ones, but I went to a few video game ones back in the day. And it was, I don't know, you're not doing a whole lot but like hanging out with your friends in line and like poking around a store. But I don't know, it was still pretty fun.
It's a fun event. Like I wish they had stuff like that nowadays.
Yeah, but I guess everything's digital, so we're not allowed to leave the house anymore.
Yep.
All right. So after they get to the clearing, they ask to play baseball, and Carlisle's like, no, like, we're just leaving, actually. Maybe another time.
Like we would love to play with you some other time. And then is that when they catch a whiff of Bella?
Yeah, then James starts sniffing, and then I think Laurent sees James sniffing, and then he starts sniffing.
And then they're just like, "Oh my god, you brought a snack? Who says I brought who says that?" Like, it's Laurent.
Laurent said that. Yeah. I
One
loved
of
that line.
the best lines in the whole book, for sure.
Obviously the Cullens realize that they're like wary about Bella. They're like, "Oh shit, we got to get Bella out of here." So they just like go. They just start leaving like as fast as they can, basically.
Edward goes crazy. Like, Edward's, like, guarding her like a lion and, like, snarling and shit. Like, Bella, like, is, like, like, terrified of them. And they have red eyes. Like, because they drink blood, they've got red eyes.
I will say this is something that Edward did to put Bella in danger. He like brought her out there, and that was his fault. So it might not be him specifically being dangerous, but it is like by proxy his fault.
Him
If
being an idiot, that's dangerous.
yeah. Yeah, he's not vicious, he's just stupid.
Just really, really dumb.
Weaponized stupidity.
Honestly, if you think about it, like, why would they even, like, try to play baseball with other vampires in the area? Like,
I don't know. I really don't know. Or like why did they bring her out there? Because you don't like understand in this book like how far Edward can see and smell, but in Midnight Sun you do. So having that knowledge that Edward has and knowing there's other vampires and he still like knowingly brought her out there, that don't make any sense.
it's pretty dumb. It's a bit of a plot hole, honestly, because they're very conscientious about a lot of other stuff, and like Alice not seeing this possibility of this confrontation kind of like goes against like how her powers are explained a little bit later, but like
Yeah, and they already kind of knew, like it was mentioned. I feel like I wonder if maybe because the vampires can travel really fast, so I wonder if like they were already out there and then maybe realized because they just like got there so quickly that like that was the time frame that they would realize it in. Maybe that would have been better.
well, whatever, she had to get the plot started. So the fact
Yeah.
that like it was a stupid decision to bring Bella out there is kind of like explained by the fact that the plot needs to start.
You know what? Fair enough. I'm not gonna think about it too hard. This is the way the book was written, and I accept it. I will blindly accept it. It's fine.
We accept it and move on.
Yeah. Okay. So Bella, Edward, and Emmett and Alice, is that right? They get in the car and they start driving away, and they're arguing about what they should do with Bella because
Yeah.
they're like, "You're gonna get tracked down no matter where you go."
Oh yeah, Edward's like, he's a tracker. Like I saw inside his mind. He will never stop once he starts. Oh, and they're talking about James. James is the one, not even Laurent. Although at this point they still think Laurent is the leader of the pack. Although that kind of like comes back around, I think, a little bit later.
Yeah. So are they all trackers or is it just James?
I think it's just James. Like he's
Okay.
the one. He's obsessed with her. And then like we're gonna have a conversation with Laurent in a little while, and he's gonna like explain that he like doesn't really have any control over him. So
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Well, I guess we shall see where that goes. But yeah, they're freaking out because of that. They're just like no matter where you go, he's going to find you. Like your dad's not safe.
nobody's thinking about Charlie except for Bella. Like Bella's like, what about my dad? Like, what about Charlie? And everybody's like, I think Alice eventually does say that like they know that they can't leave him. Like he's definitely
Yeah.
or two, but they weren't thinking about Charlie to start with. Like,
No, but in the end, like after Bella's talking about like after she leaves, it was I guess it was Alice, I can't remember who it was that brought it up, but they were like, yeah, if your dad's like just there, he's not safe either.
yeah,
So Edward ends up suggesting no, Bella suggests that she goes to Phoenix, and then Edward's like, okay, we're gonna go to your house and pack. You got 15 minutes to pack. Tell your dad you're leaving. I don't care what you say.
tell your dad anything, tell your dad anything just to get out, just like in and out, 15 minutes, pack your bag. And that's like, I fucking hate this upcoming scene. Like, that's like the shittiest thing to do to Charlie. Like, it's just honestly beyond the pale. Charlie, like, justice for fucking Charlie, this whole book.
Yeah. Yeah, Charlie did nothing wrong.
No, and Bella's just gonna be, oh my god, it really bothers me, but it hasn't happened yet, so I'll shut up.
Yeah, we will wait. I just want to say too that like he makes it sound so serious, like she only has 15 minutes to pack, but she brought like one or two backpacks with her when she got there. I remember pointing out in the beginning, I was like, she brought nothing with her. And you were like, yeah, Bella is just like a saint. So like, why would she bother people with her things? Like,
She's unmaterialistic.
yeah.
She has gone shopping one time since then, but she can't, like, she doesn't have that much.
She's lived there like 5 weeks at this point. How much stuff could she have possibly accumulated by now? Like, it's gonna, like, she'll probably pack and have like 8 minutes to spare.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, you're 8 minutes to break Charlie's heart.
yeah, that's plenty of time.
Chapter 19.
Goodbyes. They get to Bella's house and Charlie's home, and she's like super sad because she's gonna have to just like basically go in and lie to Charlie about everything.
Yeah, this is the part I was talking about. I fucking hate this part. Like, this part is just awful. Like, Bella is just gonna have to, she knows that he's like not gonna let her go unless she like destroys him emotionally. Fucking Bella sucks.
I know that this is like way more dramatic to do it the way they did it, but I wonder why she didn't just sneak out or something.
She could have just left. Yeah, she didn't have, honestly, like, because she was like, Charlie will be panicked. Charlie will call the FBI. But like, realistically, she could have been like, she could have just left
Couldn't she have been like, I'm sleeping over at Jessica's and just like
and then just like left and then like called him the next day and been like, I actually like left because I just like can't fucking, like, this is way fucking worse, honestly.
They had to make it dramatic though,
I guess.
which I guess I understand, but
I just hate it. Like, Charlie did nothing.
yeah, poor Charlie. She goes inside, and as she's going inside, she's like screaming at Edward and is like,
He's
don't.
like, leave me alone, Edward. Starts fucking cry screaming and running up the stairs.
And so Charlie starts freaking out. He's like, what's wrong? Did he break up with you? What did he do to you? And she just is being vague and says, like, no, I broke up with him. You know, I got to get out of here.
Like, it's my fault. Like, she like very pointedly is like, he didn't do anything to me, because like obviously she wants to be able to come back after she just like destroys Charlie's life. And Charlie's just like trying to be a good dad. He's like asking her questions through the door. He's like very concerned, like, did he do something to you? Like, what happened? And then she's just like, no, I broke up with him. I can't stand it here anymore. Like, I have to go. And he like tries to, he like grabs her and he's like not gonna let her leave because he's like a good father.
Yeah, he's not just going to let like his underage daughter just fucking book it out of nowhere.
In the middle of the night. Justice for Charlie. Charlie did nothing wrong. Oh
He's
my god.
doing his best. He says to wait because he's like, your mom might be coming back to Arizona because like things aren't working out in Florida. And she actually has a moment where she's like, wait, what? And kind of stops and like thinks about what he said. But then she's like, no, Fork sucks. Like, I can't stay here any longer.
She literally uses the words that her mother used when she left him. Like, it's so fucking shitty the way she did it. I'm just like, just leave. Just leave. Just honestly, don't tell him anything. Just go and then call him and be like,
What's the point of this? So Charlie wouldn't follow her or like try to look for her?
yeah, I think that was kind of like the point, but like it's I still told that it was unnecessary to like do it this.
I think this would do the opposite. I feel like if I did this to my mom, the last thing she would do would be like, "Oh well, I guess
Yeah,
I'm just not gonna talk to her." I think she would be like, "Well, that was insane. My daughter has lost her fucking mind. Let me make sure she's not like having a mental breakdown or something."
having a mental breakdown. Exactly. Oh my gosh.
And then especially Charlie, like, I feel like this is not, I don't know. This is like how you break up with your friend, not your dad.
Not your fucking father. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Justice for Charlie.
Yeah.
But whatever.
So anyway, she packs her duffel bag with all of her belongings because that's about how much space they take up. Um, and then Bella leaves and they're driving away, and Edward's like, pull over, and she's like, it's fine, I can drive. And then he somehow like just like takes her out of the driver's seat and like moves her and gets into the driver's seat while the car is moving, and it specifically says that the car does not swerve. I was just like, okay, all right, that's a thing that happened. He just like fucking picks her up and is like, nope, move.
Just like, yeah. And it says specifically that like the car does not swerve. I don't
Yep.
know. I'm like, wow, with that one.
Cause
That one.
he just has those magic fingies. So then Edward's just reassuring Bella that Charlie's gonna forgive her, and he's like, I'm gonna see you in a few days, like it's gonna be fine. And he's like, this is all my fault, which we were just saying this was his fault. So we were both just
Definitely,
screaming, like, yes, Edward, this is your fault, actually.
definitely your fault. Definitely Edward's fault.
Edward does casually say that Bella smells appallingly luscious, which phenomenal. Love that.
Phenomenal. Like, put it on a t-shirt. Like, I'm sure someone has.
Then they get to the Cullens house, and who runs Bella inside like a football?
Emmett tucks her under his arm and runs her inside like a football. And I don't know, that just made me laugh really
Made me
hard.
laugh too. It's a good mental image. So they get to the Cullens house.
I do have a point. Like, this is where the plot. This is like I was saying. This is the plot. Like, this is when stuff is actually fun and shit is happening. Like, it's been chapters and chapters of like, I, like them mooning at each other, basically.
And like her just trying to shake Mike and be like, "Are you sure you don't want to date Jessica instead?"
Yeah, but like it's been very boring up to now, and now it's getting good.
Everything is happening now. So once they're inside, Laurent is there and he's like, nothing can stop James. There's nothing anybody can do. And the Cullens are like, well, we'll stop him. And nothing is gonna, get in the way of us protecting Bella. And Laurent,
James is kind of, or oh, excuse me, Laurent. Yes, Laurent is kind of like a little bit like intrigued by their lifestyle, which I thought was interesting. So he says he's going to go up north and like room with the other vegetarian vampires.
oh yeah, I forgot about that. Well, he's probably trying to be a good guy anyway if he's there. Like he's obviously not as evil.
Yeah, I like Laurent. Like Laurent's cool.
And he basically reveals that James is the leader and that Laurent being, or like the image that he's the leader is just posturing. And he's like, I'm sorry about all the shit. And Carlisle is like, get the hell out of here. He's like, okay.
Well, because he's a saint, is like go in peace.
Yeah.
Which I thought was funny.
And then all the Cullens basically agree to hunt James after Bella is safe wherever she's going. And Rosalie's like, this is crap. This is not my problem. I don't want to deal with this. But they're like, too bad.
Yes, she like refuses. Yeah, she refuses to trade clothes with Bella. She's like, "This is not my fucking. You decided to like put us all in danger. Like, I don't have to help with this part." So, Esme switches clothes with Bella instead.
And I think they like rush her upstairs. Like they're just like swooping her up, like zipping her all over the house, like, moving her in the car, moving her into the house, moving her around the house like she's a piece of furniture or something.
It'd be so fun.
So then they hand out cell phones, which you pointed out is interesting.
It's just one of those things that's like a stark reminder that this is 2005 that we're dealing with. Like he just
Yeah, like they didn't have cell phones until this moment when they passed them out to everyone.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. It's just a funny image to me.
It is. I didn't get my first cell phone till 2006, I think, or maybe even 2007. Yeah. I was kind of late to the cell phone party though, but still, I'm just saying it was like reasonable of me to like not have a cell phone in like this time period. And she has been calling Jessica from like her house phone, which I didn't really register until you pointed this out.
Just a different era. It's just funny to look back on.
Yep. So imagine them all using flip phones,
Little tiny flip phones. That just was a fun image.
little razor flip phones. So then they divvy up the cars and decide who's driving where. And Jasper decides to be nice to Bella and is like, "It's okay. You're worth the trouble."
It's like I feel what you're feeling, and you're wrong. Like you are worth the trouble. And Bella's like, wow.
Yeah, and then Alice comes up to Bella and asks if she can carry her. And Bella's like, "You're the first one to ask." And I just want to say that Alice is our consent is sexy queen. She actually asked Bella if she could like pick her up and move her around.
And Bella, like, oh my god, I love Alice and Bella forever.
This is the ship. I don't know how I like just kind of looked over it the first time we read this, or maybe I just forgot. I am like so here for Alice and Bella. I
Same.
love them together.
Like,
Uh,
regardless, they have such a cute relationship.
if anyone knows of fan fiction where like Alice steals Bella from Edward, send it to me. I want to read it.
Yeah.
There has to be one out there.
No, I'm absolutely sure.
They're so cute together. I love it.
Chapter 20.
Impatience. Bella wakes up in a hotel, and at first she doesn't remember how she got there, but then it kind of starts slowly coming back to her that they made the trip to Phoenix. Did they run?
I don't think they ran part of the way. They were just been driving in Alice's. I think Jasper's driving. Is Jasper driving because Bella's like cuddling with Alice in the back seat?
Oh, yeah, yeah. She, like, one of the first things that Bella remembers is that she was leaning up against Alice in the car and that Alice didn't seem like she minded. So that's
So
just interesting to me.
interesting, and
Very
maybe
interesting.
a little bit of evidence for our ship.
Yep. Yep. This is, they're just fueling us at this point.
I'm definitely joining the Alice X Bella fandom.
So they make the trip quickly. And then Bella is like looking out her window, looking at the landscape. She realizes she's still wearing, was it Esme? She's wearing Esme's
Esme's
clothes.
clothes. Yeah, she's wearing Esme's clothes, and she also realizes that they made like a 3-day journey in one day.
Yeah. So she goes to change, and then as she's looking for clothes, Alice knocks on the door and is like, "I ordered you food because I'm a thoughtful person who cares about your well-being."
Yeah, they order Bella food, and Alice is just so cute. She's just,
I just thought it was nice that Alice was like, "I got you food because I heard you need to eat all the time."
yeah.
So then Bella goes to their room, to Alice and Jasper's room to eat.
Bella asks Alice if she's thirsty, and Alice responds, "Nothing unmanageable." Like, I love that Alice is like the realist about the vampirism. Like, she's by
But she's like chill about it too. She's not like, "I'm suffering." She's just like, "This is fine." Like, I feel like Edward's like, "We're tortured and dangerous," and Alice is just like, "Meh, it's whatever."
it's whatever. I exist. I love
Yeah,
Alice.
me too. Bella kind of picks at the food and is like, "Did Edward call?" And they're like, "No." And they're like, "Edward's fine. Don't worry about it."
It's probably good that they didn't call. It means that the tracker is close enough to hear them, but like he's not.
And Alice is just like, "Don't worry about him." Like they're trying to, keep James busy, throw him off the trail. So if we haven't heard anything, like that's good essentially. So then Bella does a whole lot of nothing all day. She just is losing her mind sitting in this hotel room.
Definitely another chapter where it's just like every minute of a very boring day. Like once again, I mean, it's like the plot got started and then it stopped really
I
quick.
feel like I feel like it's intentional in this chapter because it's called Impatience, and I think Stephanie's trying to have us feel like Bella's dread of like just having to sit there and do nothing.
Well, she did a really good job. Like this chapter is like really painful to get through.
Yeah, it's like that's not a compliment almost.
I mean, just like, I think maybe you're right and it was intentional, which like that's clever in its way, but just like,
Doesn't mean it was well done necessarily just because it was intentional.
get to the shit. Like just tell me. Like I've waited this whole book for things to happen.
I guess, but see that maybe that's the point. Maybe you're supposed to feel like that.
It's cheap writing tricks, if you ask me. But whatever. I'm not a professional author. They do not pay me millions of dollars for my writing. So what do I know?
So then Alice is also explaining to Bella like that they're not in danger because like they have all these different powers between all of them and they're like we can take pretty much anything. And she does end up explaining to Bella how turning works, which is interesting because Edward wouldn't tell her. He was just like don't worry about it.
Yeah, Alice is the realist. Alice is the realist for sure. And then also they like I think at the beginning of this conversation, like Bella's like she's like, I suddenly realized that we were friends. Alice must have always known that we would be. That
Oh, yeah.
was cute.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I like that Alice actually is like, I'm just gonna be honest with you and tell you things instead of acting like weird and cryptic and like a freak the whole time.
Yeah, trying to protect her from shit she doesn't need to be protected from. Like I said, Alice is the realist.
So then Alice ends up seeing that James changed his plan to go to a room that has all these mirrors in it, and they don't know where that is. And then between that, Edward calls, and Bella's like, "Yeah, I could talk to Edward." And Edward's like, "We lost James," and she's like, "I know, because Alice just told us." In her vision. So then Alice starts sketching the room, and Bella's like, "Oh, that's a dance studio," and just very conveniently is like, "Oh, that must be the dance studio I went to as a kid. That is in Phoenix."
Yeah, and also, like, I would like to point out that, like, Alice says in when she's having the vision and Jasper is, like, questioning her about what's going on, Alice says that that she sees James operating a VCR. So she, right there, told Bella, oh, we are not there yet, but, um that's a like, Alice figured it out, like, if she had just, like, listened to what Alice said, none of the next bit of this would have happened.
Well, we should all just listen to Alice. That's what we
Always.
learned. Always. Bella calls her mom because she's hoping that she can like stop her mom from coming to Phoenix and she doesn't answer, so she leaves her mom a voicemail. And then she basically just watches TV till she falls asleep and she's like, "Wow, being immortal must just grant you infinite patience cuz like I'm losing my mind in this hotel room." And then she falls asleep.
And they're just, like, chill. They're just, like, staring at the wall.
Yeah, and then after she falls asleep, Alice carries hers to bed, so we get a little bit more ship fuel right at the end there.
Oh, just a cute little moment.
Yeah.
Alice and Bella forever.
We ship it. This whole chapter, if it gave us nothing, it gave us ship fuel.
A little bit of fan service for the girlies. Chapter 21.
Phone call. So the chapter opens with Bella waking up. She wakes up and sees Alice like drawing, and she realizes that Alice is drawing her mom's family room.
Oh, yeah, that part's scary, like, that honestly would freak me out.
Yeah, and Bella, looking at the drawing, like starts telling Alice like where the phone goes. So she recognizes it immediately because Alice saw that something brought James back to that room. Then she finds out that Edward's coming to get her and is flying into the airport. And Bella's kind of freaking out because she's like, "You can't protect every single person that I care about forever."
Yeah, she's like, "Alice, you can't just, like, stay here and protect my mom while Edward comes to take me away. Like, you can't protect everyone I know forever." This is what he's doing. He's trying to get me to come to him, which is crazy because, like, she knows what he's doing, and yet she still falls for it.
So Bella looks at the wall for 3 hours, and then her mom calls, and she answers and then starts hearing this. She calls it a pleasant voice.
but she answers and it's like her mom's voice saying, "Hello, Bella?" And she has the thought like, "It's the voice that I heard of my mother use when I was a child and I was being clumsy." Like she like is registering. But also a plot hole actually. Like when Alice answered the phone to hand it to Bella, what did her Renee sound like? Like like how did he get Bella on the phone?
I don't know. I'm not sure, actually. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, plot hole.
Mhm.
Because like we're gonna find out that I mean, like this is in the next chapter. We're gonna find out that it's a recording of Renee that he has from being in the house. That's like a child, like a home video from when Bella was a
Okay,
child.
so that's why the VCR, right?
That's why the VCR exactly. And so, how did he use that recording to get Alice to put Bella on the phone? Like because it's like what we're gonna find out is it's like this clip of Bella like doing something clumsy as a child, and her mom is like panicking, like Bella,
Oh, I
like
see. Interesting. Well, that's kind of clever.
yeah. I mean, it is clever on his part. It was like a good ruse, but I'm just wondering how he used that to get Alice to hand Bella the phone.
Yeah, I'm just assuming that like if Alice answered and heard Bella's mom going like, "Bella, are you okay?" Like Alice would just be like, "Oh, it's your mom. She's freaking out."
Okay, that's a good point. I would like, I don't know. I just feel like Alice would be like, "This is really weird
Yeah,
sounding
because she
call."
like yeah, because we're
Like,
saying that is ignoring the fact that she's more perceptive than the average person and like literally has powers about this, where she can like see things.
yeah,
So let's just accept it as part of the plot, and yeah,
and move on.
as we must do at various times in this book.
Agreed.
So as Bella's on the phone, she keeps calling it like the pleasant voice is telling her, get away from your friends. Like, can you get away from them and like go to your mom's house? Like, could you do it if your mom's life depended on it? So Bella's like, okay, I guess I don't have a choice.
Yeah, he keeps telling her what to say. He's like, "Say, all right, mom," or say, I don't remember like the exact words that he used, but he keeps getting her to like talk like she's on the phone with her mother this whole time. And another plot hole is that he definitely started talking to her while she was in the room with Allison, who would have heard the voice on the phone. Like they have superhuman
That is
hearing.
true. Yeah, because it doesn't say that he's using the recording past that, like after Bella's on the phone.
Exactly. Yeah, it's definitely his voice on the phone, and she would have heard it for sure. So another plot hole. This whole thing is a bit like full of random
Yeah, it
hazardous
helps
plot
if you
holes.
just turn your brain off and you don't think about it. And you just go, you know what? Sounds good, Stephanie. That's what
Okay,
happened.
sounds excellent. Yeah, that's fair. I've never been very good
Oh,
at that.
I'm great at turning my brain off. Okay. So, basically he gets Bella to agree to all this. She's thinking, I'm familiar with the airport. Maybe that's where I can get away from Alice and Jasper. And I think you said, because I forgot that Jasper went to like, figure out where they're gonna go next.
Yeah, I think he went to go get them like plane tickets or like different hotel accommodations. Like he went to go arrange their
Yeah. The
travel
important
plan.
part is that Jasper's not here, and Bella's like, if he was here, there's no way I'd be able to hide how I'm feeling from him. So the only reason that this works is because Jasper's not here. And Bella just kind of
Yeah.
says, like, I told my mom everything is okay, but not to come here.
Yeah. Yeah, and Alice, like it only also works with Alice like do her powers just like must be on the short circuit or something.
She was drawing this whole time, so maybe she just like wasn't paying attention. How many visions can she see at once?
That is a very fair point. Let's not knock Alice's powers. Alice is the best one of everyone.
Then Bella asks Alice if she writes her mom a letter if Alice can give it to her, and Alice says yes. And then Bella starts writing a letter to Edward about how she's sorry and
Nobody she doesn't want anybody to get hurt because of her. Like basically just like being a drama queen about it. Like it's very dramatic. I mean, like I guess she thinks she's going to die, but also it's still
yeah,
dramatic.
so she has acknowledged at this point, like, if I go to the mirror room, I'm going there to die. And she just basically thinks that that's what she has to do to protect everyone. I think at this point, she's just like, if they get me, they'll stop like endangering my family. So I got to do it.
Yeah. This is when she tells Alice like do you think it's only my human family that I'm worried about? Like she's like incredibly worried
Yeah.
about the Cullens, which is very
Yeah.
sweet.
Worried about her girlfriend, Alice. I'm
Yes.
not letting it go.
Never. It will never die. Chapter 22.
Hide and seek. So the chapter opens, and Bella is just worrying if Alice is going to realize what just happened. And Alice is acting kind of strange. So Bella asks her what she saw, and Alice is just vague and is like, oh, just the same thing as before, basically.
Yeah, Jasper comes back in too, and Jasper asks Alice what she saw, and she just says Bella, but she doesn't want to tell Bella what she saw.
Yeah, obviously, because she doesn't want Bella to realize what's going on. So then Bella asks Alice how her powers work, and Alice explains to her that she can only see the course that someone is on while they're on it. So she says things are easier to predict, like the weather, but then like people can change their minds about things essentially.
Right, and then Bella asks that's why you didn't see James in Phoenix until he decided to come here.
Yes, exactly. So then they make it to the airport, and Bella gives the letter that she wrote to Edward to Alice. And then Bella is thinking of ways to get away from them because,
She's gonna go sacrifice herself to James,
yep,
obviously.
yep, that is still her plan. So she ends up just saying, I want to go get some food. And Alice is like, all right, I'm going to come with you. And Bella says, no, I want Jasper to come with me.
She makes the excuse that, like, she's feeling really, like, crazy and she wants Jasper to, like, use his powers to calm her down, but she actually just needs to be able to go by herself to the women's restroom.
Yup. Why didn't they both go with her? Did Alice have to like wait for did one of them have to stay behind to wait for Edward?
To wait for the plane, I think that's what they want us to think, but also that's dumb. I'm sure Edward can find them, like, even if they're not right there.
Yeah, how long does taking not taking, but how long does getting food take?
Yeah, just like a few minutes, and I think that they only have like 20 minutes until the plane, but like they should be able to get
Like they
food.
could have met up with him after. Alice didn't
Yeah,
have to stay behind. Especially because she's obviously like kind of knows something. I don't know. This whole airport thing was a little fucky.
it was. Honestly, the whole airport thing, like, there's no possible way in hell that this plan actually would have worked. And I don't know, like the whole thing, like they would catch her in a second. Like, there's no way she could get away from them in like an airport just because like the ladies' room had two doors.
Yeah, like, that's literally how they did it. I wanna, like, look up, like, the layout of the Phoenix airport and see if the bathroom is based in reality because 'cause I'm an insane person.
Well, honestly, like, I think we both were like, "How the heck is this place even laid out?" Like, it's so weird.
Yeah, I just wanna know if is this, like, for fiction? Like, I can suspend my disbelief about the vampires, but the bathroom having, like, multiple entrances to, like, different parts of the airport is, like, too far for me.
Yeah.
Like, I can't suspend my disbelief that far, but I'm gonna have to because that's what the book does. So, anyway,
She basically just runs. She just runs pell-mell out of the airport. Like, she runs out
yep.
the bathroom door, and she just, like, catches an elevator, and, like, the whole thing goes down and gets the hell out. There's no way that this would've worked because vampires they could just follow her scent, but whatever, whatever.
I don't know. I guess the theory is that Jasper will wait for her for the duration of like an average poo, and
Or an
then
average
yeah, before he realizes that she's actually gone. So then she's already in the taxi at that point and getting the hell out of there.
Yeah, she asked the taxi driver to take her to Scottsdale,
Yep.
which, okay, I am not super familiar with Arizona, but just like I thought I've heard that Scottsdale is a very like ritzy area to live in, and like how did Renee afford this house before?
Yeah, I have no clue. I don't know anything about these places.
Apparently, it's like Bella's childhood home, and if it's in Scottsdale, I mean, I don't know, it could be in like a less nice area of Scottsdale. I shouldn't pretend that I know things about real estate in Arizona.
That is okay. I know absolutely nothing about it. So regardless of all of that, she goes and she makes it to the room that Alice saw in her vision and sees a home movie playing of her mom like being worried about her. I don't remember what was in the whole movie. Do you remember?
It was at yeah, it was like at a beach in California on like a family vacation when Bella had almost fallen into the ocean, like off a pier. And so the recording on the home movie has Bella's mom being like, Bella, Bella, like, are you okay? It's basically like exactly the same thing that she's the only thing that Bella has heard her say because obviously James has been using the recording of the home movie
Yeah.
to like make Bella think that her mom is there. But she realizes once she sees the movie playing that like she has like a moment where she's like, my mom is safe. She never got my messages. She's still in Florida. Like, thank God.
Yeah, Bella like doesn't even care about herself because as we have said many times, she's a saint. So she's just happy that her mom isn't in danger and then James comes out of the shadows and is like, "What do you mean you're not sad?"
I tricked you. Like, you're not upset that I tricked you. Like, he's very put out about her not being mad at him.
Yeah, this whole thing was disappointing for him cuz he's like, "Oh, I'm pissed it was so easy to catch you. I'm pissed that you're not like scared." And then he asks if Edward's going to avenge her and she's like, "I don't think so."
I don't think that I wrote him a letter. Like, I told him not to, which is stupid and naive.
When has
But
Edward
like
ever listened to
to
Bella?
her ever.
Like, even one time, when has he listened to her? Like, what makes her think this is gonna be the time that changes his mind? And he's like, "Okay, Bella, I'll listen to you this time." James has, like, a video camera, and it's, like, implied that he's gonna record him killing her because then he can show it to Edward, right?
Yeah, yeah. He's like, "Do you mind if I like write him a letter as well?" And then he like goes and turns on the video camera and he's like, "I think that it would be disappointing if your boyfriend didn't come and try and like fuck me up after I do this to you. So I'm going to make it hard for him not to by like videoing me torturing and killing and eating you."
Because James is actually pretty evil. This whole thing was actually a little evil at the end. So then James reveals also that he at one point had tried to kill Alice and she got away.
Yeah, he's like the one victim that ever escaped me was this girl. I forget what exactly he called her sire, but he didn't think very highly of the vampire that changed her. And he was like, "So I like got him and I killed him, but before I managed to kill him, he turned his little friend, like keeping her from me, and it made me really mad." And then like it's Alice. It like
Mhm.
literally that's it happened to Alice. Like they took her out of the asylum and made her a vampire and she woke up like she had never seen the sun before.
And so her first time seeing the sun, she was sparkling.
Yes.
I'm sorry that that was what I got out of that bit of information. But that's kind of cool of Alice that she's like, I'm going to help Bella, even though I don't know, that's probably traumatic for her.
I don't think she remembers. I think
Oh,
she
okay.
genuinely has no idea.
Okay. Okay. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, because James says that they're going to like it's like actually kind of like a gift that he's giving to like their strange coven of vampires. Because they're gonna find out a little bit about Alice, but then Edward hopefully is gonna come and try and kill him. But he thinks that he's gonna kill Edward because James is like, "I am the deadliest creature."
I'm the evilest and strongest vampire ever. So then Bella tries to run away and she knows it's like useless. And then obviously James catches her very easily and then basically beats the shit out of her. He slams her against the wall multiple times and like there's glass getting like cutting her all up.
Yeah, shatters the mirrors in the dance studio and like stomps on her leg. Like,
Yeah, holy shit. I was like, God damn, you didn't have to do all that.
I will say, like, I loved this scene. I actually like really like when Stephanie Meyer like writes a little more like horror slanted stuff instead of just like the incessant stupid teenage
Maybe
romance
that was her calling.
of like the rest of the book. I honestly think it was because I mean, we'll get into it when we get like further into the series, but like there's some like really good stuff in here, like, that's definitely, like, darker, that is well written. Like, I really liked this scene. Like, I thought it was very effective.
Yeah, I liked it too. Like I was actually like, wow, he's like really going for it. Which just based on the rest of the book, you probably wouldn't have expected it, but it's just a very like short little bit at the end.
Yeah. It's like a nanosecond of, like,
Yeah.
action.
Yep. Then Bella's just basically bleeding on the floor and James lunges at her and she's just hoping that she dies quickly at this point.
Yeah. He kinda fucked up by, cutting her open accidentally by slamming her into the mirrors, because when her blood is spilled, he kinda, like, loses it, and it just gets really thirsty, and she's like, "Well, hopefully now it will be fast."
God, so depressing. So hopefully hopefully someone shows up to save her. Oh, we're not
Dee
gonna have any more books.
Chapter 23.
The angel. Bella's dreaming and she's feeling like she's underwater and hearing a snarl and she sees an angel that's begging her just like Bella, please, please Bella.
The angel is very upset.
Yeah, it's like crying like tearless sobs or something like that.
Yeah, and she's hearing, like, this huge ruckus in the background, like snarling and, like, a high keening that gets cut off. So it's basically like Emmett and like everybody else. I don't know who all was like taking Jasper out yet, but
Hey, editing Giu here. Nichole wanted me to mention that she definitely meant James here, not Jasper. Back to the podcast.
they are just fucking kicking his ass. Basically, they rip him off of her, and they're killing him.
So then she starts hearing the voices of Carlisle, Alice, and Edward. And Edward's just saying, you're going to be fine. I love you.
Oh, and Carlisle is like assessing her wounds. Like, good thing that we have a doctor on board for this.
We do. We do. That is quite convenient. And I'm glad Carlisle is being useful. We love Carlisle.
Carlisle is always useful.
Hmm. Bella is feeling a sensation in her, what was it? Where'd she get bit? Her
In
arm
her
or something?
hand.
Oh, her
Her
hand.
hand, yeah, the palm of her hand, and she's like, "My hand is burning," and she's, like, trying to, like, tell Edward and Carlisle, but, like, she's, like, too unconscious that she's like, "And I can't, like, make my words come out. Why don't they see the fire and put it out?" Like, she doesn't know what's happened.
So they eventually do see that she's bitten though, and they're like, Edward, you have to do it.
You have to suck the poison out. Suck the venom out like it's a snake bite and it's the 1800s. Like, I just fucking send me. Like, I cannot. The fucking suck the vampire venom out like it's a goddamn snake bite just has me really, really tickled.
Okay, I'm like so far removed from like anything to do with vampires. Do vampires typically have poison?
It kind of depends, like, on the vampire. A lot of times, to become a vampire, it's not like a venom situation. It's like a they take blood from you and then you take blood from them
Okay.
is the more traditional way. Like, and whether, like, they rip open a vein and like feed you their blood, or like, whatever, it's like you're supposed to kind of like drink their blood. I honestly, like, I feel like there are other vampires that it's more of a venom situation, but that's kind of like a movie trope.
Probably easier to put in a movie because then they just get bit and then that's it.
And then that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I had no clue. I don't know how these things work.
I said it does kind of vary. It varies on like the exact vampire lore you're talking about and what the author has decided to do, because there's a lot of different things that you can do with that, but
Okay. So these are just snaky vampires.
snaky vampire. Exactly.
Okay. All right. I understand now. So Edward does end up sucking the blood out. Like it's a snake, well, not the blood, but the poison, like it's a snake move.
Yeah, yeah. And she was like, Bella's like, I could feel the fire retreating, like, to like a dull point. and that's fine. And then I think Edward like says something in a minute where I sucked all the venom out. Her blood tastes clean, and I can taste the morphine.
I did think that was interesting, an interesting thing to include. I guess it's kind of clever though to be like, "Oh, I can tell the drugs are flowing through her veins." Could you like okay, so if like say you wanted to like do some morphine about something, could like Edward suck the blood out of her and like get like does that would that affect a vampire or
I
no?
feel like okay, my personal opinion is yes. And the reason that I think that is because I really like the way that Buffy the Vampire Slayer does their vampires. And in one of my favorite episodes, one of my favorite vampires, Spike, says that he fed on a flower child at Woodstock and then spent the next 12 hours watching his hand in front of his face.
I kind of love that though.
I love that so intensely, actually, that that's my personal canon. So that's what I believe that Edward, if he tasted the morphine, just got a little tiny buzz off that one.
I just feel like you could do a lot with that with like kink
Writing.
related writing things.
Oh, that too. Holy shit, I didn't even think about oh my god. Wow, ideas. Ideas.
Yeah,
Thank you,
yeah. I know
Giu.
that that will not necessarily be included in this book, but that's where my brain is going. So, yeah, the fire sensation subsides from Bella and she's feeling better, but she's just completely worn out. So they're like, "We gotta go," and she's like, "No, I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna take a little nap right here." So Edward picks her up and carries her off.
He's just like, "Sleep now, Bella." Oh, she says, like, at one point, she's like, "Do I smell gasoline?" And then they're like, let's get out of here." And
Yeah,
I
we
think
gotta leave.
that was the connection that I made earlier because that's what they're using to like finally kill James is they're pouring gasoline on his ripped up corpse and then setting it on fire.
My God, that's kind of evil too. I mean, he's like evil, so they got to get rid of him. But that's like a crazy thing to do, right?
That is how you have to kill vampires in this universe, though.
Okay, well, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. But I'm just like, wow, they're having our main characters set a corpse on fire. That's pretty interesting.
That, like a ripped up corpse on fire in like a fucking ballet studio that's like only not open because they're on spring break. But with that, they walk out of the ballet studio, and that is the end of this chapter. Chapter 24.
An impasse. Bella wakes up in a hospital bed and starts trying to get up, and she sees Edward, who has been waiting there for her.
Oh, I was just gonna say that she's like fucking completely. She notices that she's all plugged into shit. There's a what's that thing that goes in your nose?
Oh, the nasal cannula?
Yeah, yeah, she's
Yeah.
got one of those and all these bandages and everything. But then like she looks up and like Edward's there.
Yep. And she's trying to take all the shit off, and Edward's like, nope, and like pushes her back down. He's like, you're not getting up. Edward reveals to her that the excuse that they're using is that she fell down 2 flights of stairs and through a window.
Oh my god, so believable.
I kind of like that Bella's clumsiness like came into play here.
Yeah, yeah, that's a fair point. Like the clumsiness is like a bit over the top, but I guess they needed it for this to work out.
Yep, it all came to a head right here.
I think Edward says that like Alice had a bunch of fun like fabricating evidence and that Bella could sue the hotel if she wanted to.
Yeah, I think he actually says that she like had too much fun. She really went for it, and I just love the mental image of Alice fucking throwing rocks through a window
Just
gleefully.
like shattering a massive window and like just fucking making debris everywhere.
Yeah, those hotel windows are like thick too, so she like really has to be going for it.
I can't even like imagine that like anybody believes that because I don't think Bella would break through a window, but okay.
I trust in Alice's evidence fabricating abilities.
I do as well. I just don't think that Bella's big enough to break through a window on her own.
Probably not, especially like a like a hotel window at the bottom of a flight of stairs. Like that wouldn't be like your average home window where like you could just throw a rock at it and it would break immediately because that would be unsafe.
I guess it does explain the head trauma.
True.
So
True. Yeah, they had to explain all the cuts and everything, so she had to fall through the window as well. At some point, Bella mentions that she's scared of needles, and Edward's like, "So you're not afraid of like this scary vampire murdering you, but you're scared of needles."
a sadistic vampire coming to kill you. Why not? I'll go to meet him. But needles, like far be it.
In addition to the stairs excuse, Edward just says that he had come to Phoenix to talk some sense into her, and Bella agreed to meet him at the hotel that he was staying at, and then that's where she fell. So that is their thing that they're going to tell everybody and how this all happened.
Personally think that they're kind of glazing over the fucking like massive blow up that Bella had at Charlie.
Wait, what happened?
Well, we'll get to it, I guess, in a minute when she talks to her mom, but I feel like they're kind of glazing over the fucking like massive blow up and like really hurtful things she said to Charlie.
Oh, yeah, like before she left. Sorry, I thought like you were talking about something this chapter, and I was like, wait, I
No.
blacked out.
Yeah, no, no, no. Like the thing she said to Charlie when she was leaving, like that's not just a like, oh, whatever type of situation. That's like a really,
Yeah, totally.
really fucked up shit she said to him.
Yeah, I guess they're just like, oh, good, you're alive. Let's not think about that other stuff right now.
I guess so.
So then Bella's mom comes in and they're in Phoenix still, right? In the
Yeah,
hospital?
they're in Phoenix in the hospital. This is when they kind of have the conversation where like Renee's like, "Oh, Phil got hired with the Sun." I don't know
Hmm.
what. Oh, the Jacksonville Suns. It's the Jacksonville Suns. They're gonna go live in Jacksonville.
Is it not Phoenix? Because she was like, I could spend half my time.
No, they were talking about Bella moving to Florida, and she's like, "I'm gonna spend half of the away games with Phil and stay with you the other half." But like the whole plan was for Bella to like move to fucking Jacksonville, Florida, and as
Oh. You know what I'm thinking of? I think I'm thinking of the basketball team, the
this,
Suns.
oh, the
Like the
Phoenix
Phoenix
Suns.
Suns. That's what I was thinking of. But he doesn't play basketball. He
No,
plays
he
baseball.
baseball.
Okay, that's why I got confused.
Yeah, it's the Jacksonville Suns, the baseball team, and it's fucking Jacksonville. As a Florida native, just wow. That's all.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't love Jacksonville, but it's whatever. That's not the point.
That's not the point of this at all.
So Bella's mom is like just talking about how she can split her time between like being with Phil and being with Bella. And she's like, you can leave Forks. And Bella's like, I'm not leaving Forks. I have a boyfriend. And Bella's mom is like, what? You have a boyfriend?
Is it because of this boy? And Bella's like, he's part of it. And she's like, I have like friends and like Charlie can't cook. Like I have to like she didn't fucking rip his fucking heart out and stomp on it. Like, oh my god.
Well, maybe she'll be like, whoopsie, sorry, Dad. And he'll be like, it's okay. I forgive you.
I guess, but man.
And I want to just note here that Bella's mom, it says that she uses a parental tone that Bella had used with her mom in the past about boys. So I'm like, this is probably like the first time Bella's mom ever even had a parenting thought in her head.
Also, it says actually in that same paragraph that Renee hadn't used her parental voice at Bella since she was 8.
Yeah, yeah. Like she literally just has not been trying to like parent Bella for the last like 8 years or something.
Like what, 8 to 17? That's 9.
Oh, 9. Okay. I thought she was 16 for some reason. And Bella's mom also brings up that someone burned the dance studio to the ground and is like, do you remember when you danced there? Bella's like, yes, mom, I remember.
I wonder who burned the studio down and also abandoned a stolen car in front of the studio. I wonder.
Yeah, they just casually are like, oh, yeah, and Edward stole a car, by the way. So Edward's surprised that Bella doesn't want to go to Florida. And she's like, well, I want to stay with you. You're the only thing in the whole world that I care about, that I would care about losing, which is just like blatantly untrue because she just risked her life to save her mom. So I'm
Yeah.
like, that you're just lying.
Yeah. I don't know, like, I get it, but they make Edward is, like, purposefully stupid about, like, he's like, she wouldn't wanna go live in Florida, like, I don't know. They're just purposefully stupid about each other and annoys me. And then, like, also this I hate Edward in this chapter. Like, just it's everything that I hate about Edward is in this chapter.
Yeah, okay. We're getting there. So Bella, okay, so a nurse comes in and she refuses medication, and then Bella is like, Edwards, like, swear you won't leave me. And like, why did you stop me from turning? And kind of reveals to Edward that Alice has kind of explained to her how turning works. And Edward seems upset about that. He's not
Really
thrilled
upset.
because Bella's basically just wants to turn, and she's like, "This is like the only way we can be together." And he's like, "Well, I'm not doing that."
He's like, Alice wouldn't dare because she's like, I know other vampires other than you, because he's like literally like, I will not turn you. And like I actually fully agree with Bella this whole chapter. Like, it is so fucked on like such a psychological level that he's just like, well, like I get to be a vampire, but you don't. But like I am definitely one of those like goth kids that really, really wanted to be a vampire. So this would be like ultimate betrayal for me. I would move to Florida. Like if Edward was like, I absolutely refuse to turn you. Like, we can never be equals. Like, I'm going to be Superman forever and I'm just going to have to save you forever. Like, I would fully be like, okay, well, I'm going to move to Jacksonville, Florida.
I think that's
Like,
fair. I also think it's fair that like Edward doesn't want to turn her, but it's inconsistent that he's like just doing the same thing he's been doing the whole book, where he's like doing one thing and saying another, because he's like, "Oh, I can't do that. We can't be together." But obviously he's going to like keep being with her. So he's just lying to her too.
yeah, he's like, I'll stay as long as it makes you happy and as long as it's what's best for you. And like, even Bella in her like drugged up state after she takes the painkillers is like, it's not the same thing.
And she even says like, "Oh, well, I have to stay in Forks cuz like we can't move to Florida because you won't be able to come out except at night like a real
Ever.
vampire." And he's like, "Oh, I wouldn't move to Florida. I'd stay in Forks." So literally he like won't. I don't know. That upsets me that she's like, "I'm going to like change my life for you," but like he wouldn't do the same for her.
And the fact that he won't let her make that, like, she has no autonomy in this whole thing. Like, I understand, from his point of view, she has her parents and things, obviously tying her to the human world. But it's a matter of personal autonomy, really. It's fucking sexist of Edward to be like, you're not allowed to be a vampire because I, as a man, have decided that you have to remain human.
Yeah, and speaking of autonomy, the part that pissed me off the most about this chapter, I've been containing this. It's so fucking disgusting to me that Edward, like, Bella at this point has already refused medication once. We mentioned that. So Edward calls the nurse and is like, "We're ready for more pain meds." And the nurse comes in, says nothing to Bella. Bella also says nothing because she's like, "Oh, my boyfriend told me to take medication," and just lets the nurse give her pain medication. And like when he calls the nurse, Bella's looking at him like she's angry, like she doesn't want it. And so she just gives it to her anyway. And also, that's fucking illegal. Like, Edward can't decide for Bella. And then it's also just, I don't know, it's fucked up on another level of like, he's kind of like drugging her a little bit. I don't know. This whole thing was like really gross to me.
Just to make her shut up and to make her like stop trying to convince him to turn her, which is really like, she's right, is the only way conceivably for them to be together. And she realizes that Alice has seen her in the future as a vampire, and Edward's like, no, it can change, it doesn't have to be true, she also saw you dead but you're not. But you have to let her make the choice. Like, she's a fucking adult human.
Or like with the medication, like her mom is there. Like, if anything, they'd have to ask her mom's permission for her to get
Because she's
medication.
17.
Yeah, but like I don't know. If she came in, I don't know. I think if I was a nurse, I don't care what state this is in. I think it's the same everywhere. I don't think that Edward can tell a nurse she needs pain medication and the nurse can just give it to her. Like, I think if her mom wasn't there, maybe they could implied consent her and give her the medication, but her mom is there. Her mom just walked out of the room.
Yeah.
I don't know. Don't like quote me and be like, well, Giu said this thing. But I know that there's some fucky shit going on in here.
There's lots of fucky shit.
The whole
Like,
thing is fucky. The whole book is fucky.
Edward, like, even when I read this literally in 8th grade, like, as a child, I was like, Edward doesn't get to make that decision for Bella.
He
Like, if
literally
Bella,
just drugged her, basically. Like, granted, he wasn't the one holding the needle. He basically just forced her to take medication against her will, and that's just really, really icky to me.
yeah. I think they do have Bella thank the nurse when she does it, but that's probably just because she's polite.
Yeah, like, the nurse is just doing her job poorly, but the nurse thinks she's doing the thing she's supposed to be doing. Because, like, before the nurse came in and was like, oh, you don't have to be brave, it's okay. And Bella's like, no. So, I don't know. She probably thinks that Bella changed her mind and that Edward just called for her, but, like, Edward can't decide that for her, is the point.
Edward can't decide. This chapter is just full of Edward making decisions for Bella that he is not allowed to make.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Pretty much with Bella falling into like a morphine stupor now, she's like, "Don't leave me, Edward." And he's like, "I won't." And then the chapter ends, and that is all.
Mhm. Oh, and she says she's betting on Alice as she falls asleep.
Oh, yes, that's important. I agree. I would never bet against Alice.
This could have been the point where, like, book 2, instead of it being a Jacob book, could have been an Alice book. We could have gotten an Alice book.
Epilogue.
An occasion. The chapter opens and Bella and Edward are dressed all fancy, and Bella has her cast on because she's not healed yet. And she's
Yeah,
wearing this like frilly dress, and Edward's in a
navy
tuxedo.
navy blue dress. Edward's in a tuxedo. Bella is like confused. Bella has no idea why they're dressed up. Bella like thinks maybe she's excited, like maybe it's some kind of occasion, but she's like, I didn't know what we were doing. She's very dim about it.
Yeah, especially because it is prom night. Like, hello? I don't know.
Yeah,
Seems pretty obvious. Like, we're getting dressed up on the night of prom. Wonder what we're doing.
exactly.
They did mention that Alice picked Bella's dress and makeup, which is very cute. I love that for them.
Me too. Alice has a massive bathroom. Good for her.
And Carlisle is Charlie has been acting weird about the Cullens because he like thinks it was Edward's fault that she had an outburst, and he's like making all these rules for her now.
But at the same time, he's like incredibly grateful to Carlisle. So he's like having conflicting feelings, I guess, about the whole Cullen family in general. Because like he's all mad at Edward about Bella running away, but like if Carlisle hadn't been there, she definitely would have died when she fell down 2 flights of stairs and through a window, supposedly.
Yeah, so he's not sure how to feel, and I guess that means that they never cleared up anything. They're just letting Charlie go on believing that was real. Bella's outburst. They're like they never clarified what happened there.
Yeah. Poor Charlie.
Yeah, he's just living in an alternate universe,
Yeah.
unbeknownst to him. So they're getting ready, and Tyler shows up at Bella's house, and Edward's like, Bella is busy forever, and slams the door in his face, basically.
And he hangs up the phone because Charlie calls him. Like, and Edward's like, "Can I talk to Tyler on the phone?" He was surprised that Tyler like showed up at the Swan's house apparently, and then like asked Charlie to like put him on the phone with Tyler and was like,
Yeah.
"Bella will be busy tonight and all nights and future, as long as I have something to say about it." And he like is kind of threatening to Tyler. Tyler does suck. Don't blame him for
He
that.
does. I don't even remember like them agreeing to go to prom together.
It was literally like when he asked her to that dance uh at the beginning of the book, or yeah, like near the beginning of the book, when he asks her to the dance through the car window and she's like, "I'm going out of town that day, blah blah blah." And he's like, well, we still have prom."
But did she agree though, or did he just
No,
assume?
literally, he just has assumed this whole time that that was him asking her to prom, and then he showed up at her house to take her
Oh
to
my
prom.
god.
Yeah, it's
That's
super
so
fucking crazy.
that's cringe. Holy shit.
It's very
So I was like,
cringe.
I do not remember her ever agreeing to go to the dance. She was very like, I'm busy, I'm not going. So
Yeah,
oh my god. All right. Well, I kind of feel like Tyler deserves that a little bit for just assuming that she'll go.
I agree.
So they go to the prom and they show up and Bella says it looks like a horror movie cuz like all the decorations are really tacky and stuff and they
Agree
dance.
there, Bella. That's so funny. I also think prom is a horror show. I only went to one prom. It was terrible.
I went to 2 proms and it was fine, but I went with my friends. I didn't like do the whole like, "Oh my god, a guy asked me to prom" thing.
Smart. I went with a friend and it was stupid.
I guess it works out because then you don't look back and go like, "Ew, that guy."
Yeah, exactly.
So they're dancing and Jacob's there and he sees Bella and Edward dancing and he's looking uncomfortable, but then he asks if he could dance with Bella. So they dance.
And Bella's like, "What are you doing here? You don't go to this school." And he's like, "Would you believe that Billy paid me $20 to crash your prom?"
And Bella's just like, "Yeah, I believe it."
Yeah, she's like, "Just give me the message. Tell me what Billy wants me to hear." And Billy apparently wants Bella to break up with her boyfriend.
Yeah, we
And
already knew that, and Bella already told him to fuck off. So
yeah. And then also, I think Jacob was. What else does he say? He's like, "We'll be watching." Like, "will" being the council of elders of the tribe. I guess.
Billy told Jacob to tell Bella, "We'll be watching," as a warning. So the song ends, and Jacob's like, "Should we keep dancing?" And Edward's like, "No, you shouldn't keep dancing." So he takes Bella back, and they drop the name of the book like twice here. He
Like
says,
back to back.
yeah, he says, "Twilight, no matter how perfect the day is, it always has to end," which I wonder if that isn't her saying that her book is perfect.
Maybe.
Just like, oh my god, they said the name of the book. Bella starts talking about how she's not interested in a normal life as a human, and she's surprised that Edward took her to prom.
This is when Edward starts getting real, real angel from Buffy. My Buffy heads will know. Like, he's like, "I don't want you to miss out on anything to do with your real life. Like, I'm a monster. Like, you're the one. Like, I will stay with you, but I'm the monster. It doesn't. It just doesn't matter." It's like he's like taking all the autonomy and choice away from Bella this whole time.
Oh yeah, yeah, the whole time. No one's listened to Bella basically this entire book.
Once.
So Edward asks what she thought they were gonna do, and she's like, "I didn't think it was a human thing." And he's like, "Did you think that like turning was a black tie affair?"
I thought that was funny.
It made me laugh. But she's like, "Well, I don't know how these things work." Then Bella declares her love for Edward, and Edward kisses her throat.
And the credits roll and we fade into Twilight. Congratulations, Stephanie. You finished the book. I will say that this last like couple of pages, like a couple of minutes of the audiobook that we've been listening to were just really painful for me to get through. I was just like, "Oh my god, shut up. Guys, like just shut up. Just end the book already."
Shut up, just finish the book. Kiss it in the book, please. I have to wonder, do you think you one could maybe pull out of this that Bella doesn't want to live in like a capitalist society?
Yeah,
Why-
there's probably like an anti-capitalist like way to pull this apart. It
I think
come
it would be a reach, but I think you could do it.
Yeah, get back to me. I'll start working on that dissertation. Like, get back
Okay.
to me on that one.
I need that. I need that in my life. She's like, I don't want to live a normal human life. And I'm like, well, most people don't. So
No,
why? Why don't you want to? I don't know if they ever touch on that, but
I mean, because being a human is boring. Like I said, I'm one of those that I would want to be a vampire.
it would be very exciting.
And that was Twilight by Stephanie Meyer. what an interesting book, to say the very least.
And thank you so much if you have made it this far into our first ever podcast. This has been such a journey for us.
You fucking rock. And we're super, super excited to be making more content for you guys. If anybody has any suggestions of anything that you'd like us to cover, please feel free to let us know.
You can email us at nicholeandgiulive@gmail.com with your suggestions. Tune in next time to Nichole and Giu Live.
Bye, guys.